That's why I just did it with my mic. I had it on this side yesterday.
Oh, so who switched it?
Huh? No, these headsets are like inter.
Welcome everybody back to Chile here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, brought to you by Ilustre, Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and presented by Erizos Surf Brand. Manny V here with David Hubbard. We have more action. What do we got on tap?
We're getting into the men's main event, but first we have to finish the trials. We're already into the second heat of the trials. We're going to be doing 4 heats of trials to get our top 8 trialists. Then we're going to move into main event round number 1.
We've already seen some of the action with our own eyes. We're going to bring it to you now, so check it out. Let's get in there. Heat number 2 out in the water. We have currently in that first place position in white Victor Lopez. In second, Alexander Whitman. In third, Manea Fabish. And in fourth, Airam Cabrera. Fully stacked heat. We've already seen some carnage going down as nobody is holding back here in these conditions. Right now, we're looking at something similar of what we saw yesterday. Glassy conditions, 3 to 4 foot. Tide's a little high right now, so some of the barrels aren't going to be as round on the rights as they were yesterday, but the lefts are still cranking.
And Mike Stewart was out there this morning getting a practice surf, Manny. We saw him riding some cool barrels.
Yeah, Stewart was making it look so easy, just sliding into barrels. But it looks like we have some action going in. So, again, out in the water. Oh, my goodness. Oh, we got, again, solid stacked heat for heat number 2, round number 3. Let's bring you up to speed right now. We're going to get some scores. The scores are located to the right of the live feed on apbtour.com/live. That's where we're going to see the scores going down and being dropped throughout the day. So right now, currently in first place, Victor Lopez, second, Alexander Whitman, third, Manea Fabish, and fourth, Aidam Cabrera. And we have about 13 minutes remaining.
Still early days in this heat, as most of the riders have at least an attempt on the board, so plenty of ones to go around, but it's Victor Lopez who has the real only scoring wave so far of this heat, Manny, and that's why he's sitting in first position. He's got a 4.83, so he's got a mid-range score, and the other three riders have yet to really find anything substantial. So now we see Aidam Cabrera going for this wave, big closeout, and he's able to duck out the back. So Aidam, the poster boy for this year's Arica Chilean Challenge, given a nudge on that one. Here we have, looks like Alexander Whitman, similar situation for him on the left.
All right, as you can see in the water, there still is action to be had, and a small day here is just as good as a great day at most spots around the world. So I mean, we're ready. We've seen carnage. We've seen some carnage so far.
Yeah, Manny and I were having a peek out the window behind us earlier. We saw a pretty solid invert being performed, and boy, when the fellow landed it, he just turned into a corpse and just started bouncing in front of the huge explosion that was chasing him down from the lip that he hit. So there we can see the fisherman going out and returning in the back of the screen. And the birds love to follow those fishing boats because they know they might get a little snack, a little treat if they are able to snatch something off the deck. And our rider's hoping to snatch something off the tabs of the waves that are approaching. Alexander Whitman on this right-hander stalls in to the nice little tube there. He's coming out with a cute little forward spin before cutting out of that one.
Yes, again, we are in round number 3, heat number 3, I believe, out in the water. No, I stand corrected. Heat number 2 is currently out in the water. And first and second place in this round, round number 3, advance on to the main event. This is the last round of the trials, and it comes down to this. If you're moving forward and getting to play along with the big boys.
Exactly right. So very exciting morning we have on tap, and then we are looking to go into the men's main event. So we are thrilled. Looks like the big boys, as you call them, Manny, will be hitting the water in just over an hour's time. Here we got Aidam sneaking into a nice little tube. Quick roll out. Likely to be one of the best scorers of the heat thus far. Probably going to skyrocket him into first position. We'll wait for the scores to drop on that. Meanwhile, Victor Manea also really hoping to get a little bit something more on the board. Alexander Whitman now with a few scores. And Aidam Cabrera has moved himself up into first position on the strength of a 7.0 for his last ride.
Wow, not a bad score for Aidam Cabrera. That's what he was looking for. We're at the halfway point. We are 20 minutes in this heat, 20 minutes throughout the round number 3. Top 2 waves are scored, and we are underway today. A little bit of a slow start. I mean, the sun creeps up around 6:45, and I mean, just getting from point A to point B here in Arica is seems like to be a bit of a challenge for most, but we are all here now, and we're rocking and we're rolling.
Rocking and rolling, and we're rolling on through these trials. Gonna establish the top qualifiers because we have a terrific field. We whittled out, I think, just over about 30 fellas. Yesterday we went through 2 rounds of competition. We're now into round 3 of the trials, the final round in the trials. Each heat will give us 2 riders that will be advancing on into the main event, Manny. So first and second will advance you on into the main event. So it's all on the line. There's 4 guys out there. Half of them we will see in the main event. Half of them, their road will be finished here, but they've all made it through at least one heat yesterday. Manea Fabish, the Tahitian, up on this left-hander, and he quickly gets out of that aggressive closeout situation. We are using the priority system today, again, for the trialists. Idem Cabrera taking his choice of waves here. Looking for a small roll to start this wave off, and gets another roll. So he's looking to improve on a 1-4-3. He'll certainly do that, but Alexander Whitman out the back on this barrel. He sneaks under the tube, lays down the carve, and sleeps out of that one. Meanwhile, out the back is White. Victor Lopez up on this one, stalling, hoping for a barrel. There he gets way deep on that section, and a little bit of spit even assisting his exit.
Even if he does make it out of this heat, these waves are going to be definitely good to have in your logbook of your sessions that you carry along with you on a daily basis. Check it out. We have the winner of the first heat down with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you, guys. So, Yoni, we saw you an amazing performance. We saw amazing performance of you in the water. 2 amazing barrels. What can you tell us about it?
Tú tuviste una excelente performance en el agua, 2 tubazos, uno para cada lado. Cuéntanos un poco acerca de eso.
Sí, bueno, estaba dentro del agua, no cogía nada. La primera hora que cogí se me cerró la izquierda. Entré de nuevo al point de la ola, cogí la derecha, se me tiró el globo, salí y completé con un rolo más. Traté de esperar, me dieron la prioridad, estuve al lado de Danton y la ola se me puso acostada para yo cogerla, pues, ¿no? Y aproveché en el tubo de la izquierda y salí feliz.
Well, he said he had the chance, and he was next to one of the other competitors and got these amazing, beautiful barrels, one from left and one to the right. So he's very, very happy. You told me that this is your first time in the main event. What can you feel? What's that feeling? What can you tell me about that?
Es tu primera vez, ¿no?
Sí, mi primera vez en main event. No, pues mucho más tranquilo porque ya he venido compitiendo acá en el Mundial. Esta es mi tercera vez y me siento un poco más confiado. Y yo creo que eso sumó bastante para poder haber llegado en estos momentos al main event. Es la primera vez, pero estoy súper feliz por eso.
Well, he's very happy to be for the first time in the main event. He's more confident this time because this is his 3rd year competing here. So, well, congratulations, Johnny, and we wish you the best on the main event, and we hope to see you back here. Back to you guys in the booth.
Congratulations to Johnny for advancing to the main event. He, along with the rider in 2nd place, will go into the main event. Now we are back to the action. Heat number 2, round number 3, out in the water. It's a little slow pace, but there are some waves coming in, and when they do come in, the wave exchanges are back-to-back. Could be barrels and big moves. Right now, 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Airam Cabrera is winning this heat with a 7.0 and a 5.27. Victor Lopez, 4.83, 6.10. Alexander Whitman, 4.6, 5.67. And Manea Fabish is in 4th place. He needs I think he needs a whole new set of 2 scores. Here we go. Up and riding.
Victor Lopez looking at this nice little tube ride. Gets a little bit of spit on the exit, and now he'll be making his way out into the keyhole and back out. That will possibly improve his situation. Either way, Idem Cabrera sitting comfortably in 1st position at this point, just under 5 minutes remaining in this heat. And we're hoping to establish our 2nd place rider who will be joining him, as well as the qualified field in the men's main event coming up later today. Still in the hunt is Alexander Whitman. Manea Fabish needs almost a perfect score if he wants to attack advancing position with just 1 ride. So let's see what happens. Here we can see a few of the trialists in the next heat getting a pretty late start, attacking the rocks, about to paddle out, with about 4 minutes left. They'll probably just make it in time. and they'll probably get to the lineup with a accelerated heart rate that will likely increase the fatigue that they experience during the heat. So hopefully some of them will be advancing through and joining the men's later on, and maybe they can refine their strategy.
Well, time is running out. 3 minutes, 43 seconds remaining. Their time is not on their side. So it's going to be interesting how everything plans out, and take a look at some of the round one competitors getting ready. That's PLC, former world champion.
Talking to the young kiteboarder, Corden, from Maui, now living on Oahu. He's a Waikiki beach boy, loves his coworkers. And let's take a look at this one. Yellow, it was Maneo Fabish needing a big score. Not going to get it on that one. Just has to dive out. And Maneo Fabish proudly representing Tahiti here. Great to have a rider from Tahiti here. Such talented riders down there. And so it's wonderful to have Maneo Fabish here representing Tahiti. Thank you, Maneo, for coming all the way over and participating in this event. We've got riders from all over the world making their way here to this, what's almost like a bodyboarding mecca.
Yes, bodyboarding in Chile, let alone Arica, is there's Kevin. He's pretty stoked.
Orejuela from Canary Islands. He's making a far trek over here.
A lot of Canary Island locals love this wave, even though it's actually not super cold. It is a little colder than their home breaks, but they love these reef breaks that run along the entire coast of Chile. So it's great to see these big wave riders end up here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, and it's obviously they're hungry.
They certainly are, and they've really found their prowess for these really heavy waves over there in the Canary Islands, and we're going to be planning on finishing our tour there at Fronton.
That's going to be insane.
At the end of the year. So that'll be the final test for our men's. We're going to be finishing off the men's division only, I believe, there. And so it'll be a wonderful finale to the men's world tour.
All right, here's a quick little replay of the last wave from Airam Cabrera.
This was his 527. Got a two-piece on this one, couple of Rolos. Made his way there into the keyhole. Here's Alexander Whitman. Looked like he got a mid-range score for this one. Short, quick little barrel and a nice carve. Here's Victor Lopez. Another mid-range score for him as he got a nice tucked-in barrel. That's the one he got into his logbook that he carries around with him everywhere. So there's a little recap of the action.
So how crazy is it to do a maneuver after you come out of the barrel? I mean, it's obvious there's reef here and people are going all in.
Well, I'll tell the viewers at home about that, Manny, because you know from personal experience. And the issue there is we talk about it so much. It gets so shallow when you pretty much at most spots on this wave, it's extremely shallow. And so exiting the barrel, you're even closer to the rocks than when you enter the barrel. So performing a maneuver upon exit is going to put you in a very critical situation. And sometimes riders ride out of it safely. Sometimes they have to dive out. Sometimes they get rolled right up onto the rocks. So the heat does come to an end. Not sure if this wave of Alexander Whitman will count if he got it underneath the horn. Either way, he's just trimming his way all the way to the inside.
Whoa.
And I think that wasn't him there with the urchins there on the rocks, but looks like Victor Lopez, Airam Cabrera moving on into the men's main event. There's a fun little ride for the fellers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, heat number 2 has just finished. Airam Cabrera and Victor advance on to the main event. They are stoked. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with heat number 3 of the trials.
Right after this. Right after this commercial break.
All right, first we're going to show you heat number 3 that's out in the water of round number 3. Francisco Alvarado from Chile, Michael Pascal in white, Diego Brierios in yellow, and Eric Gomez from Morocco. There is a little misprint there. He is from Morocco. Eric Gomez in blue. And that's coming up next, right after this.
Coming up right after.
Welcome back, everybody, to Arica. The wave out front you see there is Flopos. Manny V here with David Hubbard. We are bringing you the live action from the Arica Chilean Challenge, brought to you by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and Erizos. Now, round number 3 is make or break for the trialists. This is the round where top 2 will advance on to the main event. We're going straight into the action.
Manny, we've already got... Oh, look at this. We've already got a fun ride for Eric Gomez representing Morocco now.
That's right, from Morocco, Eric Gomez. So out in the water, you're going to see Michael Pascal in white again, Francisco in red, Diego Berrios in yellow, and Eric Gomez in blue. Eric starting off with a pretty nice ride right off the bat. I'm going to say maybe in the 5.56 range. But I'm no judge.
We'll let the judges figure that out. But, yeah, somewhere in the mid-range, let's just take a guess at. It's kind of a stab in the dark almost for us. Manny, we've already got half of the trialists qualified. As far as those 4 spots were taken, we've got 4 more. 2 will be decided here. That was our local Flapiano Rapo, Francisco Alvarado, representing Aloha Sushi and Union Flapos Bodyboard Club.
I think you said like 6 names for him.
Rapo. Rapo had his birthday 2 days ago, and he is happy to be representing his family. He just had a new child, so he's super pumped. Here we got a rider escaping the view of not only us, but you at home. We apologize for that. And we will try to find out. That may have been Eric Gomez's second ride. He's currently sitting in the lead with that 583, his opener. We got in second place Chuki from Iquique, the honorary Flapiano. He's spent tons of time here. Definitely a soft-spoken but hardcore rider.
And scores are dropping right now. So Diego Berrios, a 6.50. So I think that was probably Diego on that right-hander. We're going to hopefully get another shot of that. But look at the waves. They are incredible.
They are really radical, and we're stoked that you're tuning in. Check this one out. Here he is, Eric Gamez,
Nice.
the Moroccan. That was a super smooth 360. I could just talk you through that all day if we ever get a replay of it. And a
yeah.
nice barrel before it. So that's going to reestablish his lead. But Diego Berrios currently has the highest score of the heat.
Look at this thing lining up for
Chucky, Michael
Oh.
Pascal. Now he's finding that end bowl, but he just is able to dive out of that before getting battered by
annihilated.
the lip.
So how powerful is that inside section? You don't want to be on the inside when those sets roll in. I mean, we've already seen one person during his free surf a couple days ago paddling out, trying to duck dive, just getting rattled and getting his hip pounded into the reef. Scars are going to be had for sure.
Scars will be had by the competitors who are unfortunate enough to make contact with the bottom contours here at Flopos on ex Isla Alacran. But at the same time, we're usually pretty fortunate as far as avoiding massive life-threatening injuries, because those could certainly take place. There has been a fatality occur here at Flopos, a long time ago. There's a little monument right down there by the stairs regarding that. And even Tomate, our event organizer, had a super close call, had to be rescued years and years ago.
Oh, man.
And, a near fatal experience for him. So we are just about third into this heat right now. And it is a little tame, a little slow, but we are going to be seeing some solid swells march throughout the event period, so stay tuned to that. Today's conditions I'll get to right after Eric pulls into this nice left-hander, smooth one, goes up for a nice roll there and completes it, throws a spin on the end for extra effort. We might even have a rider right out the back. We do. It's Chuki. He's now tucking into the barrel. He's putting the legs in to stall to find another roll. This is a terrific exchange between Chuki and our heat leader, Eric Gamez. And I'm interested to see where the scores fall in on two somewhat similar rides, but I feel Eric's going to get the better of the exchange by a few points. And looks like we've got a paddle on that right-hander. No go, though. Conditions for today, it's about 5 to 7 feet with, a couple maybe even 10-foot faces, so the front of the waves.
All right, looks like we have the winner of the last heat, Airam Cabrera from the Canary Islands with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. So Airam, we saw a little bit of a break of the waves in your heat, but you managed to find two very good waves. What can you tell us about that?
Esta manga las olas estuvieron un poco paradas, las olas hoy están buenas. Tuve que usar la experiencia de todo lo que he visto durante estos años y sabía que tenía que sumar aunque fueran dos olas medias. Tuve la suerte, sumé un 7 y un 5 y conseguí mantenerme sólido en la primera posición.
Well, he said yes, he felt that was a break on his heat, but he managed to find a 7 and a 5. He has a lot of experience in this wave, so he knew he had to just had the good scores and made it through the next round. Now you are the image, a very big wave from last year. How do you feel to see yourself as an image in such an important event? Ahora eres la imagen de este evento. ¿Cómo se siente ser la imagen de un evento tan importante como este?
Es increíble porque después de lo que me pasó en la Tortuga, todo de Arica siempre me ha traído momentos buenos y ir por las calles, ir por todos lados y ver tu imagen es como una cosa que un premio a todo lo que he pasado por acá y feliz con eso.
Well, he says to see himself as an image of this event on such a good wave, and with after whatever he has been through here, we all know he's been on a crazy experience on La Tortuga, and it's amazing to drive around the city and see himself there. So he feels it's a prize for all the things he has over here. So well, congratulations, Airam, and we hope to see you back here on the next rounds.
Aprovecho para dar feliz cumpleaños a un amigo de Canarias, a Carlos San. Salúdame a mis amigos, a mis sobrinas, a mi hermano y nada, que los quiero mucho y vamos para la siguiente.
Okay, great. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, congratulations to Airam
Cabrera.
for making it through that heat and going into the main event. Airam Cabrera and Victor Lopez move on. All right, here we are. Heat number 3, round number 3, the last round of the trials out in the water. 4 competitors are competing for those 2 spots to get into the main event.
2 competitors from each of these 4 trials heats will give us 8 trialists qualifying themselves into the men's main event. We've got 8 empty slots, and 2 of them are going to be filled by some of these guys out in the water, and the situation is Eric Gamez in the lead of this heat. Diego Berrios, sitting in second right now. Chucky sitting in third, and the local favorite, Rapo, Francisco Alvarado, currently 4th position, but 8 minutes remaining, Manny, so he can pull it out. He knows this place probably as good as anyone, and he's fueled up by delicious sushi that he creates from his business Aloha Sushi.
So when are we going to go visit him and have some delicious sushi for ourselves?
Well, we can go whenever, I guess. Check this out. This is a roper coming through. No takers on it. It was a little fast, a little difficult to manage that one. Let's see if we get any takers on this set. And we have a paddle from Rapo. Not sure if we're going to get a situation change with the priority there. But let's see if there's another wave in this set coming in. One more chance for our riders to make a stab at those points that they're looking for. So they're able to qualify themselves and establish their ranking in each heat based off of their rides. And it's the 2 top scoring waves of each rider that goes into a total. Highest total is what ranks them in an order against each other. That's how we have the heat situation right now. It's Eric Gamez sitting in first position on the strength of a 5.83 and a 6.67. So that is how he's sitting in first position, because he's got 2 nice waves. The 2 riders beneath him, Diego Berrios as well as Chucky, they have 1 ride each. Diego with the better, Michael with the better backup. But they should both be getting a second score on the board, and they can hopefully make an attempt to increase their situation. It is Rapo in 4th position with really nothing on the board just yet. Just some really simple scores. So let's take a look at this live action, Manny.
Diego Berrios dropping in on this right-hander, ton of speed, trying to line up either a barrel or a lip maneuver. Comes around that section, everything just disappears on him, so he hits the brakes, slows it down, and decides to cut out of that one. So unfortunately, that's not going to be what he was looking for, but up and riding.
Chucky, Mikel Pascal from Iquique. He's looking for a rollo off that end section, makes it complete. That'll improve his 167 and possibly even move him up into 2nd position, which is the advancing slot that's kind of right on the cusp. Here we got a nice ride. 2 riders up. Rapo on the right-hander, stalling, coming around this. Tucks into the barrel.
Get out of there.
This is what he needed. Throws a spin for a good measure. This will be a good ride, especially if he's able to complete it with a lip maneuver here on the inside, Manny. And he goes up at that end section and gets a rollo. This is going to be a huge score with 5 minutes remaining. This puts him back in to a situation where he could get into an advancing position. But, Manny, he needs to get back out and get another ride because he's going to need another score. We did have a ride from somebody on the left. If we get a replay, we'll get that to you. But here we got some of the helpers. They're helping. Thank you, helpers.
I mean, here it looks like a full-on arena. You can see everybody lining up on the wall, and then you got chairs and just a comfortable spot to check out the action. Everything seems so close here. I mean, seriously, it's about 100 feet away from the shore. You see these massive waves break, and you got riders just going all out. So, I mean, I said it before, if you can get a ticket, we can hear and we can see situation changes are happening right in front of our eyes.
Oh, goodness, Manny. This really puts interesting twist and new dynamic to this heat. Rapo with the highest score of the heat thus far, a 7.43 for his last ride. It moves him up into third position, and now he only needs a 1.67 to advance. Chucky has also changed his position. He now is in second place with a 3.67 and a 5.43. Eric Gamez from Morocco still in first position, but Diego Berrios has moved down into fourth position. He only needs a 2.6 to advance. So we're really going to be looking at a final wave exchange with just 3 minutes and change left.
Oh my
Whoever
goodness.
gets back out there and gets themselves onto the next scoring ride, and ultimately the best next scoring opportunity could land themselves in an advancing position. And this is crunch time.
Well,
We're in the final
Oh my God.
round of this trials.
I mean, all you got to do, the rider in red, Francisco Alvarado. Rapo, as he's known to his fellow local friends and family. A 1.67, all he really has to do is just drop in on a medium to good sized wave, pull in, come out. Doesn't have to be super deep or anything, or just a maneuver.
So, yeah, even if he took off, did a check turn, and then bottom turned, but then did a nice carve to go straight, I think he'd get the score.
I mean, that's it. So, and that same goes for Diego Berrios, a 2.60. Woo, it's crunch time. 2 minutes remaining.
For the 2.60, so even if he took off and did a cutback, and so he changed directions and then actually went the other way, that could be enough.
Oh, fourth place, currently in fourth place, and it is Diego Berrios with a big roll, and that is definitely going to make changes at the end of this heat. 2 minutes to go. Wow, Diego pulling off a big roll out the back. That is definitely going to change the situation here in heat number
3. Under 2 minutes remaining now. Berrios likely to move into an advancing position. Pressure now on Chucky and Rapo. Situation has changed for them. Chucky now needs a 6.28, but Rapo only needing a 4.27. Minute and a half remaining for them to get their final attempts. I would be guessing that it is Eric Gamez not only in first position but holding the priority spot. Chucky might be in second priority. These are just kind of guesses at this point. And we can't sit still. The action is so intense right now in this trials round. The first two riders in first and second out of this heat will make it into the men's main event, which is going to be happening today, Manny. 1 minute remaining. We've got a rider looking, no takers, though.
Less than a minute to go. Is going to be Rapo in the red jersey looking for a 4.27, or Michael Pascal, Shuki, needing a 6.28. Oh, these two riders have 40 seconds to go to make a run.
And they both paddled for that and opted not to go. There's one wave here behind them. We'll see if we get a taker. Rapo looking for this right-hander. He's going. He's coming around this section if he can get up to the lip. Oh, man. If he could have found some scores there, and you can see the frustration. And he is, going to just put on the jets to try to get back in the
4.27 is what he needed, and unfortunately Rapo ends up in fourth. Michael Pascal, Shugi in third. Diego Berrios with that big roll at the end of this heat will jump into the main event along with the Moroccanese, Eric Gomez. Whoa, making a little late start to his heat.
The Puerto Rican Abner de Arce in
Oh,
Heat
no.
4. He'll be playing catch-up for most of this heat, but that's okay. He can do it. He's a young buck. Hopefully he has sure footing on his run back out.
I wonder if he's a little late and having some empanadas. We'll find out after we get back from these commercials. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. Here we are at the Arica Chilean Challenge 2016.
Yes, brought to you by the Ilustre Municipalidad de Arica Tomate Surf Shop and Erizos. All right, so round number 3, the last chance for the trialists to get into the main event. Out in the water, we have the last heat of the trials. Heat number 4, we have in red, Christian Tapia. In white, Cristobal Schiarafia. And in yellow, Abner de Arce. And in blue, Ricardo Giannario.
This will be a wonderful battle. Let's see, as we do have a rider up and riding. Here is a nice Rolo from a rider in red, Christian Tapia.
Thanks again for tuning in. This is the last heat of the trials. Round number 3, heat number 4. Top 2 riders will advance on to the main event. Round 1 of the main event will start right after this heat. So a ton of action lining up for the main event, round 1. Up and riding. Oh, pulling in behind that foam ball. Can he squeeze through? Yes! Forces his way and powers through that crystallized
Crystal ball.
section.
Crystal ball.
Oh my goodness.
That was solid. That was great. And a wonderful way to start his campaign to make his final attack to try to get into that incredible main event that will be happening later today. We're going to be running into heats 1 through whatever. So, whoa, we've got a ride here.
Oh my goodness, pull that. Wow.
Solid jump from the Brazilian Ricardo Januario.
Januario with a giant invert right there, just getting all the projection he could. Goes sky high, fully out of the water. I thought he lost the wave because he landed a little bit kind of on top of the wave, not necessarily in front or on the face, but he was able to dig and get back into that wave after the landing. So a big shout out to everybody tuning in, including our friend Big Todd, who's in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
Yeah, Big Todd.
And again, if you want to get a shout out, now is the time to go to the APB. Open another window. Open another window and check out APB Tour Facebook page. And that's where I'm going to type in, where you at?
Where you at, brother?
So yeah, that's going to come up in about a few seconds. We got scores coming down the pipeline. And yes, this is it. The Arica Chilean Challenge.
Also helping to put this event together Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo 360 energy drink. But up and riding is yellow Abner de Arce. He's pulling into a long one, tries to use the doggy door to exit through the braking front part of the barrel. Doesn't use the tubular exit at the other end. We call that the doggy door. But also Penny Americana Hotel, FM, OK, and Hertz, all really coming in very important parts of this terrific Arica Chilean Challenge 2016. We're about 5 minutes in now, and we are really excited to be moving into men's round 1, which is going to be coming up in about 15 minutes.
Thank you. Again, thank you for tuning in from all over the world. Look at the conditions are still epic here at Arica. This wave is known as flopos to the locals and those that know the history behind this wave.
Certainly is. And ex Isla Alacran, you know, used to be kind of run by pirates, supposedly. So who knows if those pirates were body surfing out here in the 16th and 17th century, bringing all sorts of booty from any kind zones, burying it in the center of the Scorpion Island, and then going and body surfing to celebrate their treasure hunts. That could be the history. Not sure, though, Manny. Not sure.
But there is a ton of history, and unfortunately, it's a lot of history that involves a lot of war. This area is very fertile. I mean, very fertile, with just a lot of marine animals. I mean, it's pretty amazing to get a bird's eye view from this area. If you get a chance, go on Google Earth, get a bird's eye view of what this area looks like. I mean, from the top view, everything is desert. Streams and you just see green coming out through the mountains, and it's pretty amazing. And Arica is at the river mouth of one of these giant rivers coming out of the mountains, so very amazing. Check it out, and check this out. We have some action. Pulling back. Oh my goodness,
avoiding this beautiful inside barrel, just a perfect one. Possibly a little too late our rider approached was, so let's see if we have another attempt. Here it is, our rider in white, Cristobal. Solid bottom turn, really muscling his way up and over for that Rolo, even putting a spin on the end. Really complete ride. He already has an average score. He's looking to pretty much double his efforts with that, but it is Ricardo Januario with the highest score of the heat thus far, a 7-1-7 for that really cool invert.
Yes, and we're getting our replays all dialed in downstairs, so hopefully we will see some of this incredible action that has been thrown down so far in the Arica Chilean Challenge. So we are going into the main event after this heat, and I think David will step out for a couple heats, and we're going to have one of our professional riders come in and step in. But first, we do have a little lull in the action, which is perfect. Let's go down to the interview with Bego. Bego, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. So, Eric, we saw two very good waves with combinations, barrels, and rolos. What can you tell us about the heat and what's the feeling for you to be competing in this such an important event for the first time?
It is like quite amazing, but first it's like I wasn't expecting the wave to be so like dangerous. I thought it was more like perfect, like, you know, not so close to the rocks. I've been here like 11 years ago, and I surfed just once and I hit the reef, and like today is actually my first time I didn't hit the reef.
So, well, congratulations. And is this wave looks a little bit from the waves in Cook Island where you live?
Not really. It could like the wave on Cook Island are like more like I would say perfect. They are like really shallow with like sharp reef, but here it's like really close to the reef, and the set are really close. And in Cook Island, like it's like tidy. We have like big period between waves, so you can relax more. Here you don't have to do any mistakes.
Well, yes, it's a very dangerous, very dangerous wave, but you did great, and we would like to congratulate you, and we hope we wish you the best for the next heat.
Thank you very much.
Okay, back to you guys.
All right, well, he is a stoked competitor making it into the main event. So the French Moroccanese, now living in the Cook Islands, advances on, and he is stoked. Now, out in the water, the last few seconds of, actually the last 10 minutes of heat number 4, the last heat in the trials. Only 2 competitors will advance on into the main event. So a big shout out to those of you tuning in from all over the world. Yeah, it looks like Christian from Thailand is tuned in, loving the Arica Chilean challenge and taking a look. Oh, we got 2 riders. Oh, no. Priority system is in effect, so we're going to get another look and see what happened there. Yellow dropping in, Abner de Arce, the Puerto Rican, and Ricardo Januario was deeper, so here we All right, so I'm trying to get the word from our technician over here to get an update on that situation.
And we will find out as soon as we know what occurred on that ride, but pretty interesting. We do have a pretty tight takeoff area, so it is a critical situation here, and you always have to be aware of not only your position in the lineup, but your position in the priority sequence. We got
up and riding.
Cristobal going for a solid roll. Pretty tough section to ride out of, and he's muscling his way through the white water in that white jersey, unable to complete that ride there.
Well, we got scores dropping all up and down each one of the scorecards. Seems like everybody has had a wave so far, so that's a good thing. We're past that halfway mark. Again, Will is tuned in from Houston, Texas. Yeehaw! He's going for his boy Abner from Rincon, supporting the Puerto Rican bodyboarders. Brandon in Australia, New South Wales. What time is it out there, Brandon? Jose, of course, down in Santiago, just a flight away, tuning in. Hopefully I can meet up with him and see him and go get some action on the wave pool they have in Santiago. Jacques in Cape Town, South Africa, and Mehdi in South Morocco, Acre Point. So Mehdi, man, you tune in all the time. Big shout outs to you, man. You're always tuned in. I always see your name getting dropped in as far as a shout out. So thanks for watching. Thanks for spreading the love and making sure all your friends and family are watching as well. So we got about a bunch of spectators starting to line up, and a little shy, camera shy there. She's turning away, but the action, we're going to have some serious action go down now with the first rounds of the men's division. So it's going to be insane what the top competitors in the world are going to throw down. So here's another look at that invert we saw at the beginning of this heat. I believe that was Christian Tapia with it. Oh no, I believe that wasn't the big aerial from Ricardo. And this was, I believe it was, priority was with yellow, so Ricardo off a little bit. Didn't know exactly where priority stood, and he was hoping for an interference, but unfortunately he did not know where he sat as far as the priority. Oh, and there he is getting dusted as he paddled out.
And it does look like he may have received a triangle for that, Manny.
All right, we're going to get you updated on that as soon as we find out, but
he may have only gotten an interference from one of the judges.
Okay.
So majority rules there, and if all 3 didn't drop it, it has to be unanimous. It's possibly the situation there. One judge deemed Ricardo had interfered, and the other 2 split decision. So looks like Januario dodging a bullet there. Now he only needs a 2-3-3 to advance, Cristobal in the lead. Abner de Arce in second, but it's Tapia behind the 8 ball in that 4th position. Now moving up into 3rd, actually, with his last score. So, interesting dynamic here. The rider who has the highest score of the heat is in 4th place. Needs a backup.
He definitely needs a backup score. Again, the system is top 2 waves are scored in these 20-minute heats. Those 2 waves are added together, and that is your score for the heat. Of course, the highest scores will advance on. And in this case, the top 2 riders will go into the first round of the men's main event.
So very exciting because all of our trialists have classified besides the last 2 that will be coming out of this heat now. So to join the likes of Aidam Cabrera, Diego Berrios, Eric Gomez, Victor Lopez, Yoni Aguirre, as well as another. Hey, look at these guys. They're having fun. They're having fun.
Why is she hiding her braces? Braces are beautiful. Out in the water, we got a set coming in. No takers on the left or the right. And if you haven't heard, Mike Stewart is in the house. And to watch him out here is an amazing sight to see. So he'll be coming up in that first round of the men's division. Taking a look, paddling in, pulling back. Leonardo is tuned in from Salvador Bahia, Brazil. Old school bodyboarder, and he is stoked on the webcast. Kim Feast, yeah, boy. He's tuning in from Western Australia. And again, we can't thank you enough for tuning in. Nuno Cruz in Portugal. Gareth is all the way from Wales. Pablo is in Chile, right down the road. Juan in Brazil. Chris tuning in from Australia. Did we get a time in Australia yet? What time is it out there? Wayne in Cape Town, another Cape Town. Some of the South Africans still making a charge here. Reunion Island local, Omri Laverne, former world champion, coming up next. This is one of his favorite. You know what? It has to be one of his favorite waves to ride because he just rides this thing like it's his backyard.
Yeah, he really does ride this so well. One of the most prominent riders, one of the most successful competitors here out at Flopos as well. So very cool to see and very exciting. We will have him coming up in the very next heat with about 3 minutes left. It is our rider in 4th position, Ricardo, looking for something here. He got a big invert before. Will he get another solid maneuver? He does. Big Rolo.
Nice.
Little adjustment there, hoping for something else. He gets out there. I think he split the peak with somebody, so we will see.
He needed a 4.66 to get into that advancement mark with less than 3 minutes to go. He may have done that. I mean, that was a clean maneuver. He got projected. And we're going to see what is going to throw down for his scorecard. But it looks like he did get an interference earlier before, dropping in behind Abner, who did have priority. So that is the lowdown. So the scores dropping right now will be halved. So unfortunately, his score that comes in will be halved, and we will get you that update as soon as we get it down here.
Exciting final 2 minutes coming in because Christian Tapia, the Grammy, competing in the Pro Juniors, but also here he is up and riding on this one. Scoots out and under, is able to swim out the back of that one pretty solid, so that was great.
All right, coming down to the wire. We're at the 2 minute mark. And yes, I mean, we're still waiting to see what's going to go down in these last 2 minutes. 2 spots remaining on the main event round for these 2 top riders out of this heat to jump into the main event. Round number 1 of the men's coming up next. So 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. Oh my goodness. Wow, look at just the landscape here in that cargo ship. This is a major port in Chile, bringing cargo from all over the world and driving it up and around Chile, Bolivia, and Peru. Look at that thing. Every wave is a perfect peak. And turning around, taking a look at this one. Red drops in. Oh, goes for an ARS. We haven't seen one of these flip maneuvers yet throughout the morning yet. So it's good to see what's going to happen in the first round.
That was this cool last-ditch effort he took off when the inside knew he really needed to turn it up.
5.39 is what he was after. Let's take another look at just what went down with Cristobal.
Here's a nice little tubular ride and a fun little jam vert and a spin for good measure. Even milked the pretend Rolo at the end. So that could have been his 6.5. And Cristobal in a solid position in this heat thus far. Everybody else playing catch-up. Everybody else really close with only 30 seconds remaining.
Oh, my goodness. Cristobal and the rider in second place are going to be advancing on in the next 15 minutes if nothing changes. But look at this. This wave could make or break the rider's dreams of moving on. And here we go, up and riding. Ricardo on the right. We're going to stick with him. He's streaking, trying to line it up. Sees a lip maneuver, goes for another roll right there. And he's going to ride that wave all the way in. So it's going to be interesting to see how the interference Ricardo got on that last wave, or that he got in that heat in the very end. Oh, my. Woo. So we're going to come back with the official scores right after this. Don't go anywhere. We're going to start the men's main event right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with PLC. Now we have the first heat of the men's round one main event. PLC.
How are you?
Pretty good. How are you doing, brother?
Feeling fine, man.
So the waves are good.
The waves look really good. The swell direction is better than yesterday, so we have, plenty of good action coming.
All right, so you can hear the horn in the background, and we're going to turn on the light, so next time you're going to see his pretty face. So let's get into the action. All right, so here we go. You can pull up a chair. We can watch this screen and give you the feed. But out in the water, we have the first heat of the main event, round one, men's division. Omri Laverne in red, Socrates Santana in yellow, and Diego Berrios in blue. This is a non-elimination round, which means 20-minute heat. Top rider will bypass round number 2 and go straight into round number 3, up and riding.
Amaury Laverne. So here we go, first ride of the main event, and this is Amaury Laverne with a nice barrel and a nice rollout. Amaury Laverne, classic ride from him.
Oh my goodness, that was amazing.
Right, so we have a yellow at the back on the bomb. That's Socrates Santana, I believe. That was a massive wave, and here we go. Nice exchange in the first minutes of the hit.
Yeah, so here we go. That was an incredible wave exchange from Socrates Santana and Omri Laverne. So the tech guy came in here and said, hey, be a little bit more quiet. You're too excited. But you know what? Let's just move your mic down a little bit and keep that excitement going.
Yeah.
So give us a quick rundown on what the wave is like from a first-hand point of view.
Yeah, well, El Gringo is, now one of the, most established part of the World Tour event, and it's a perfect wave for bodyboarding. It's very dangerous, but at the same time, it's a very high performance wave, and it's always a pleasure to come back here. And the best thing is we know we're gonna get waves, you know. And there we go, first day of the main event, and we got pumping waves on our way. So
This place is incredible. I mean, even on the small days, it's still better than a lot of small days. I mean, big days at home. So it's pretty spectacular location here at Isla Alacran.
For sure, it's one of the most consistent places in the world, and we're lucky to have an event here.
Yes, big shout out to our sponsors to making it happen. The Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica. That's a tough one. Tomate Surf Shop. And the event is presented by Erizos. We also have Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, and Hertz. I actually rented a car from Hertz the other day to drive up to the top of the mountain, and it was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, we also rented a car for the first time in 9 years. So thanks to Hertz for our deal, and it's been pretty good to have a car here.
Yeah, so if you want to see the most of Arica, make sure you go visit our friends at Hertz and get a car. It's actually pretty safe and not too hectic to drive around here.
No, it's fine, and it's much easier than walk.
All right, so you're coming up in a later heat in round number 1, main event. What kind of equipment are you going to be using in these cold waters and these steep, hollow waves?
So I'm using actually the same board I had in Brazil, which is in size is 41, and it's actually pretty stiff. It may be a little bit stiff for here because it has 2 stringers and it's in polypro. But I'm looking for speed, in this type of conditions. So my board is kind of ideal. It's gonna be a little bit stiff for like kind of. There we go, Socrates on a nice looking wave with a nice barrel. Is he going to be able to make a move out?
Nice.
Whoa, nice backflip out. And he claims it. That was a really good wave.
That was a pretty solid wave.
Our 2015 junior world champion. I believe that's the first time I see him competing in the main event, and there you go.
Yeah, tell us really quick on how critical and how scary it can be at the end of these waves, especially on the lefts.
Yeah, the left is, to be honest, the left at El Gringo is sketchy. I think the best set of mind to have is just to imagine this wave as a beach break and forget about the rocks, because the rocks are here and it's it's super dangerous. I still imagine the first people that came here and surfed the wave for the first time, they probably wonder if it was rideable, and now we have a world tour events and people just do a full abstraction of the rocks.
Have you heard of any injuries so far? I mean, we've known a couple, but as we look at the replay,
we're gonna have a nice replay of Socrates Santana, the kid from Brazil. A nice looking wave with a nice barrel. He kind of got deep in it, and then he's able to do a move out, which the judges will probably reward really well. He's stoked on that.
Yeah, he was pretty stoked, and I'm sure Steve Action Jackson, one of his favorite riders, and little brother. Yep. Steve Action Jackson, I think, took him under his wing. So. But, he's probably watching from Brazil, watching Socrates Santana, Dr. Zinho, the little doctor, performing operation here at El Gringo, also known as Flopos. Or should I say Flopos, also known as El Gringo.
Yeah, you're right, Manny. It's good to use different name of the wave, El Flopo, El Gringo, Arica's Monster.
All right, check it out. We have the winner of that last heat in the men's trials with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Cristobal, your heat, it looks a little bit difficult, but you managed to find the 2 waves. Cuéntanos un poco, se ve un poco difícil, pero conseguiste tus olas. ¿Cómo fue eso?
Buen día para todos, a todo Chile. Bueno, estuvo el hit súper peleado, la ola no estuvo tan buena como esperaba. Sí, tuvo condiciones, olas buenas, donde aproveché la primera, que fue un tubo, no muy bueno, pero sí saliendo, y eso me permitió tener una puntuación de 5, así poder tener otra y mejorar, y después agarré otra de un tubo saliendo rolo y un giro para poder sumar más puntos, y eso me dio un total de 10 puntos. Y ahí pude mantenerme dentro del liderazgo del hit y de ahí cuidar mi prioridad, que fue lo primordial. Sí, no estuvo tan bueno el hit como los días anteriores, que tuvo mejores olas y tuve un buen desempeño el día de ayer.
Well, he feels the waves weren't that good, and the heat wasn't that good as the previous heats he competed yesterday. But he managed to find two combination waves, and yeah, he's happy to advance. Eres parte del staff, también estás acá compitiendo. ¿Qué nos puedes contar acerca de eso?
Bueno, todo esto es una locura, sí, siempre, porque yo amo el bodyboard, entonces que venga un mundial siempre a tu país, es bueno representar a tu país. Y también como productor de video, de audiovisual, me dedico a hacer los highlights de los videos, a editar, a ser parte, bueno, del staff de Arica Chilean Challenger ya varios años. Y bueno, como te digo, una locura, pero todo bien y bueno, saludo a toda la gente que hace este trabajo, porque son mucha gente, está Dave Huar ahí en el Manny, que también es Alex, que también era bodyboarder, tú que también eres bodyboarder, y todos casi que son bodyboarders hacen este evento, así que yo soy súper orgulloso de representar a mi país 2 veces, es decir, haciendo videos para que se muestre el bodyboard al mundo, y otro es haciendo el deporte que me apasiona desde muy pequeño. Entonces, bueno, y a todo esto quiero dar un saludo a todo Iquique, a toda la gente, a todo Chile, a mis auspiciadores, a Fanboard, Bodyboard Shop, a Ostim, a Hobby Back Chile y a toda la gente que me apoya, a mi padre, a mi madre que está en el cielo, que la amo mucho, a mi novia que me vino a ver, que la amo, y nada, que eso es amor al bodyboard, eso.
Well, just to brief a little bit what he said, he's very proud to be representing his country twice because he's the one in charge of the highlights of this event, and also competing. He feels his madness always that an event comes to his country, but he's very, very proud and happy. And yeah, man, congratulations, and we hope to see you back here soon. Back to you guys in the booth.
Congratulations to the top 2 riders in that last heat, advancing on to the main event. And man, the action is nonstop here in the first heat of the men's round 1, heat 1. And scores are dropping for those competitors. And we're going to bring you up to speed as soon as we're up to speed. But we have PLC in the hot seat. PLC, welcome.
Thank you, Manny. Yeah, that was Cristobal Safaria from Chile that just won the last heat, and as we speak, we have Amaury Laverne on the left, but he's splitting peak with Diego Berrios on his first ride, and there you go, nice line, and a nice big extended roll that he's able to complete. So there you go, we have Diego on the score, and it would be nice to have a replay of Amaury's ride, because the left looked really nice, and I'd love to see a replay.
Yeah, Diego Berrios, that was his first wave. Ton of speed, just a little bit too little late on that projection, but he was able to punch through with that speed and do a nice roll and lands out in front of the wave, completed move. And it was Amaury Laverne on the split peak going left. So talk about the strategies about going left as opposed to going right. What's the difference between those 2 waves?
Well, First of all, we really like it to have an A-frame wave and be able to have a left and a right. And well, to my eyes, the left is it's probably more dangerous, probably sketchier, it's shallower, but the barrel is more intense, and it's actually maybe less risky to go on the left because you actually see what the wave is doing. But the right is really good as well. You probably can have the biggest ramp of your life, but it's very hard to know what the wave is going to do once you take off. It's more sort of a gamble. That's how I see the right. But here we go, we're going to have a replay of Amaury Laverne in red, the man from Reunion Island. A nice barrel, and he comes out of it, and that is a nice little invert. So a perfect wave ridden for Amaury Laverne. That should be, I believe that could be the highest wave of the heat.
Probably of the morning, too. That was perfectly ridden.
Probably, yeah.
But the judges, they're going to reset in this main event just to make sure that they don't give out 10s by the dozen. So, I mean, in these earlier rounds or the first trials rounds, those scores, I believe, would be way, way higher. But because now everybody's on a different level of riding, judges reset and say, okay, let's start the round from 0. And, I mean, these scores are still going to be high, but they're not going to be the 10-point rides or 11-point rides or did I say 11-point?
Yeah, you're right, Manny. We're about to see tons of action. We're going to have the best bodyboarder in the world competing at one of the best waves in the world. So, there's going to be tons of crazy action. So I know we're going to see 10-point rides, but, the judges are just waiting the right wave.
So just to be clear, these are 25-minute heats in round number 1, heat number 2. Sorry, heat number 1. This is the first heat in round number 1 of the main event. 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. And the winner of the first heat advances on to round number 3. Second and third go into round number 2. So what's going on, PLC?
Nah, yeah, Manny.
You want coffee? Is that what it is? The coffee guy showed up, gave us a cup of coffee.
Just asking if it's coffee.
Yes, it is coffee. Well, here it seems like ground instant coffee is the more popular.
Okay.
Unlike the French espresso that you have been accustomed to.
Yeah,
You're
right. I do drink coffee. Yeah, I do drink espresso in the morning, and but I like to have the taste of coffee in the morning anyway.
All right. But you won't have instant coffee.
Yeah, I'll see later.
All right. So PLC and Manny V here giving you the live feed, and again, heat number 1 of round number 1 in the men's main event. Winner goes on to round number 3. Second and third will go on into round number 2. So a big shout out to everybody who is tuning in from all over the world. We love the support, and we want to show that gratitude by giving you a shout out. If you're watching right now, head over to the APB Tour website, Facebook page, APB Tour Facebook. And I think I posted something about a half hour ago, but we got a new heat, we got a new round. Tell me where you're at for a shout out from PLC. Ready, and boom, it's up now.
So we have the official heat draw of the main event, round number 1, and the second heat will be a banger.
Oh my goodness. Eric Gomez from France, grew up in Morocco, now living in Cook Islands. The French Moroccanese Cook Islander now will face off with Mike Stewart and Jared Houston. Are you kidding me? That's like a dream heat for anybody.
That's a dream heat. I mean, Eric made his way all the way from Cook Islands to compete. I don't know, but I'd say his first World Tour event. I know Eric for ages. Actually, I probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. When I grew up in Morocco, I lived in Morocco for a couple of years, and he came back. As you said, he grew up in Morocco as well. And, he told me, man, you should probably should go to France and start competing there, and I'll probably get you some sponsors. And
awesome.
So I went back to France, and he respected his promise, and he took me on my first trip to Canaries, to Tahiti.
No way.
Made a few movies, filmed me, and made a few sections for a couple of movies, and I owe a lot to him. So it's a great pleasure, to have him here, to see him competing so well, and now to be facing a 9-time world champion, Max Stewart, and Jared Houston, the current world champion. So he's only going to face 10 world champions, 10-time world champions.
Oh my goodness! So Eric Gomez.
Eric Gomez, yeah.
Yeah. So Eric Gomez.
There's an E, but it's okay.
He's going to be facing off with 2 world champions coming up in heat number 2. So that's going to be very exciting. If you have friends, actually, Eric Gomez. Friends, please send out a social media post right now, because he's going to have the heat of his life coming up in a few minutes here. So if you're friends with Eric, now's the time to call everybody, including his mom or dad, if they're still alive
exactly.
and well.
And his wife and his 2 kids are probably watching in Cook Island, and they're going to be stoked. Eric is one of the most passionate guys for bodyboarding. He did so much for bodyboarding in France, and then he's here. He's competing. And that's a great pleasure to see him, really. And
we're
send a message to cheer him up.
All right, we're gonna say more about Eric Gomez, but the live action right now, Socrates Santana.
On a bomb. Look at this one, nice barrel. The wave was actually sort of too big. This one, it was too much in the channel. That's why we didn't see that long, barrel, and it was a big ride. But and as you have Mamoru 11, he's going for the move here.
Oh.
Nah.
So Socrates Santana, Dr. Zinho, the young Brazilian, showing us his barrel riding skills. I mean, you saw him drag the legs. To get down to the bottom of these waves, what do you have to do?
Yeah, using your legs is very important, to stabilize yourself and be able to scoop. And, it's and the water is cold, so you have to use extra power, And Socrates is just doing a great demonstration of, his power for his young age. And, that's great to see. We see Amor 11 is probably, if not the best guys at Del Gringo. You can see that his control is absolutely perfect. And it's great to see, these guys doing this before you hit to amp you up.
So we want to give you, we're going to be giving you the live feed, the live action from Arica Chilean Challenge. We're having a tiny little issue with the scoring, so bear with us. The judges are scoring the live action. They are jotting down their scores. And we're just going to do our best on talking about the action, and we will give you the scores as soon as we have them in our hands as well. What are you pointing at?
Well, I'm pointing at some of the heat we're going to have. I'm just discovering the heat draw as we speak.
What heat did you see? This one?
And I pointed heat number 7. That is going to be all about, young guns. It's going to be a war in between the young riders of the tour. It's going to be between Tanner McDaniel, Tristan Roberts, and Kevin Aruela. So 3 young guys. Kevin just made it from the trials. He's also seeing under 20, if I'm correct. And Tristan and Tanner as well. So that's gonna be that's like a junior hit, but they're here in the open division, absolutely ripping.
So that's heat number 7, and I heard Garth McGregor's in the house, and I haven't seen him yet. I'm excited to see him. There he is. He's in heat number 8. Oh my God! Right off the bat, Danton Correa and Jeff Hubbard will greet him to Chile in that first heat number 8. That's coming up later today.
Well, Garcia is back on tour. Huh? He's been he went to Hawaii and did a spectacular performance. He did the same in Tahiti. He had a 10-point ride, but got knocked by Max Stewart in a pretty difficult hit. And here he is in Arica.
Wait a second. How was his performance in the specialty event, the Shark Island Challenge? That was amazing to watch him.
Exactly.
I mean, he was controlling his board and the wave. It looked like he was in a playground.
Yeah.
But
he was
this guy, here,
Max Stewart, and he was the yellow jersey. He actually arrived just yesterday. It's pretty crazy. And he already won this event, so he knows what to do. And
we saw him free surfing earlier today, and oh my gosh, people were just in the water, waiting to get waves. They would catch a wave. Some would get it in the barrel, and some would go around the entire section. But Stewart, double barrel almost on every wave.
Yeah. Mike knows that wave so well, and when it comes to battle ride, it's very hard to beat him. And it's gonna be an interesting thing. We have a rematch from last year's event. I believe was maybe a quarterfinal between Jared and Mike, and it was a very close hit. But Jared had a few big airs that made him pass the heat. Mike had a sick barrel, but it wasn't enough to make the heat. So Jared and Mike are 2 different riders, but both very dangerous at off-lopo, and they're gonna be facing Eric Games.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. So again, I'm going over to the APB Facebook page right now, refresh and see who's tuning in, and just throw out your name and where you're tuning in from. We got Big Todd who's tuning in from Manitoba.
We have Marcos Javier watching from Puerto Rico. And yeah, you're right, the next hit is going to be amazing. Adrien Galopechenot, down the beach at Ololeron Island. Ça va, Adrien?
Up and riding, live action.
As we speak, Black he's looking for the barrel, but there's no barrel, so he's going for big air rollo. Makes it, and probably looks for a second section, but no. He's going to end his ride here, and we don't have the score, so I can't tell you at the moment what is going on, but I believe Amor 11 is leading the heat. In second place will be Secret Santana, And in third place would be Diego Barrios. So just gonna wait and see the score. And hello, Ismaël Fatis from Morocco. J'espère que tout va bien aussi. Michael Traeger, how are you, man? Sergio Paulo, watching from Byron Bay. How are you, man? Bernard Sprignum, so watching from Tasmania. So yeah, that's pretty interesting.
From
People
all
watching
over the world.
all around the world.
All right, so thank you once again for tuning in here to the Arica Chilean Challenge. Manny V and PLC in the hot seat right now as Dave takes a quick break. Dave is actually going to be coming up in a later heat today. I believe he is in... There he is. Dave Hubbard is in heat 15 of 16.
Dave Hubbard, yeah, so
Ooh.
it's not guaranteed he will serve today, because the wind
Yes.
here enters around, maybe we'll say 1, 2 p.m. and we'll be in the hands of the organization to know if they're going to run the event or not.
All right, so PLC, we got...
we have Socrates paddling, I believe, in yellow. Here we go. The kid from Brazil racing. Nice little cover up.
Oh my
He comes out of it
goodness.
again.
Oh my
What's his
goodness.
barrel? That was nice. That was a long barrel ride. And
Socrates is loving it out
at
here.
the back, Amaury Laverne, you can see him drawing a perfect line. Nice cover up. He's out of it, and nice roll out. Another
Wow.
great ride from Amaury Laverne. It's very rare to see Amaury failing a wave here. It's
Yeah.
pretty incredible how well he knows the wave and how well he knows how to ride it. It's very impressive. To beat Amaury here, you kind of need to don't do any mistake and have the heat of your life.
So there was a stat thrown out where you win this event, you go on to win the World Tour. At least that's the case for the last 2 events. So pretty interesting. So a good stat to have if you make it to the final.
Yeah, you're right. That's probably a good stat. It's not entirely true because I remember
The last 2 events.
I would say the last 3 because Ben won his world title as well.
Bingo.
And he won Arica. So the last 3 events at El Gringo where the winners of those events ended up winning the world title. So it's kind of an interesting event, isn't it?
So now that you know that, how bad do you want to win here?
I mean, I'd love to win Arica. It's a difficult wave to win, and it's such a high performance wave that it's very prestigious to win this event. And I won the world title without winning Arica.
Mm-hmm.
So even if I don't do so well here, I know that I still have other
Yeah.
events to make it up for it. But this event will give you great advantage in the rating lead for sure.
And how are you and along with the rest of the competitors adjusting from the semi-warm waters of Brazil to the cold waters of Chile? You know what? Answer that when we come back. That heat just ended.
Oh, yeah?
And we're going to come back with the incredible heat. Jared Houston, Mike Stewart, Eric Gomez right after this. Don't go anywhere.
All right, welcome back. We are in the non-elimination men's round 1 in the water. Jared Houston Mike Stewart and Eric Gamez from Morocco. We have a terrific heat on our hands. This looks like an action-packed heat. Dave Hubbard, back with you. Manny Vargas taking a little break, but we still got PLC here in the booth. We're super stoked about that. How was that last heat, Pierre? That looked like pretty action-packed.
Yeah, the last heat was insane. It was basically a battle between Amori, Laverne, and Socrates Santana for the first spot. And I think pretty sure Amori won that heat, and no surprise considering the experience he has here. And then we see Amori leaving the water with a nice spin in the barrel, just to have fun and feels the board. And there we go.
And I guess he does know the rules well enough. If the next heat hasn't begun, he won't be penalized for surfing the wave after the heat and doing maneuvers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Amori knows the rules well enough. He knows. So I believe the other heat didn't start.
Yeah, they're just adjusting the scoring system that we have here to make sure that we can present not only you, the viewers, with all the information possible, but the competitors out in the water. We want to be able to give them everything they need to compete at the highest level. And tell us, Pierre, how important is it to know the situation with the scores when you're out in the heat?
Oh yeah, knowing the score is it's part of competing now. It's very. I don't imagine myself competing without it.
Right.
And so yeah, that's why the heat hasn't started yet. They are trying to adjust everything and be able to give the score to the next riders. And and it's gonna be a pretty epic heat. So it's important to have everything fixed before this battle.
Definitely is, especially since we are into the main event of the first round of the men's division here. And it used to be days, we didn't have live scores, and we kind of just had to go all out. But there is a great deal of strategy that comes into play, especially in the final 5 minutes. Because would you agree that for the majority of the heat, you're going to be surfing your very best?
Yeah, exactly. Your goal is to surf your best.
But then once it comes into the 5-minute mark, then there can be strategy with priority. But then also, if you're in a situation where you may only need a small score, you might start to adjust and say, hey, I only need a 4. I'm going to paddle way inside and get a small roll or an arse. Maybe I can achieve that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, and that's why, we need the score.
Right. And that's why we're on hold right now, yet to have begun the second heat of the first round of men's main event competition. I heard you and Manny chatting just a little bit about how much this event means, not only points-wise, but how prestigious is a win here at Arica?
Yeah, winning this event is, it's very, not only important, but it's, you're right, it's prestigious, because it's always been a good event. We never had a bad event here. The waves were always good, and whoever won the event deserved it. And surfed really well. And so it's it's such a high performance wave that you have to perform at your best to win this event. And I know that adds a lot of value to a win here.
Exactly that. And who out of the previous event winners do you think was one of the most powerful riders? Because this is a powerful wave, and to match a powerful venue like Flopos with a powerful rider, who have you thought that's really iconic to the event champions of the past here?
That's a great question. In terms of number, I believe Winchester and Tamega are the one who won the event the most. But I believe that Amaury Laverne is the strongest rider here, and when he loses, it's because the other guy either had the heat of his life or went like Tamega, I remember in 2011, went to hit moves in the rocks. So to beat Amaury here, you have to bring up your best.
Yeah, and that's a great point, and that is another reason we love to come here to Arica, because the wave does bring out the best in a lot of riders, and we do see incredible performances. There's a semifinal with Ben Player and Dallas Singer, and they were both,
scoring
they had
nines.
9s and 10s, and even their throwaway waves were also 9s and high 8s, and to have those kind of performances where
Yeah.
the wave is bringing out your best, and you're surfing at your best at the same time. So is your opponent, and it really raises the level, and it's so exciting to see and also be a part of as a competitor.
Yeah, you are completely right, and you can see, the people acting different in the free surf and in the event. People, it's a dangerous wave. You don't want to hurt yourself before the event, and it's such, you can do crazy moves here, but it's better to keep them for the event, because you can really, really seriously get injured here. And yeah, you're right. People, I think, surf at their best when they compete here, and that's why it's very difficult to win.
Yeah, for sure. Especially keeping the momentum. Momentum in an event is so important, but also in an event like this, you could have the heat of your life, and the next heat start to come off the downslope of that momentum, and how do you think that also plays into this event as what you've watched throughout the years of the people who do move on and end up winning?
Yeah, you're completely right. And this happened to me a few times, having a great heat, and the second it wasn't so well, and I felt like maybe I picked too early, and this happens to a few people. It's very important, to just have a consistent surf, I believe.
Right.
Because the waves are here, it's in your power, to be able to ride well, and it's a kind of place when if you need an 8 or a 9, it's completely doable. Because the wave is amazing, and yeah, I mean it's very important, to keep your momentum, but it's also one of the most difficult part of the competing.
For sure, and I think for myself, I would also agree with you with Emery Laverne being one of the more powerful riders and fits this wave well. Not only is he very consistent and has obviously one of the highest levels of riding, but his approach, he's able to stay consistent, like you just mentioned, and push through each heat at a high level without peaking, as you mentioned, too early or too late, and continuing on to the goal of the finals.
Exactly, and but there's plenty of riders that also can do really well. We have our new up and comers like Tristan Roberts that had a pretty great, not so great first day of surfing because he actually injured himself. But I think one of his first wave he did a huge air reverse, and I was like, well, he's nice first surf.
Of course, yeah.
And it's gonna be epic to see those guys out there, and we have the Hubbard brother, including you, that I think you already made a final. Jeff already won, and you guys are very dangerous here. We have Mike Stewart that already won an event here,
right?
Which is difficult, and we have Alex Urenga that has been on fire. To be honest, he's just won the last event in Brazil, and I shared a few sessions with him, and he's on fire.
I would agree with you. I was really impressed from the first day of surfing. I know that you and Maz also were taking some bombs this day, but Alex Uranga put a nice post on his Instagram page, a really great barrel and a nice air forward. I had the same thought as you. Wow, this guy is on fire.
No, he is. He's so, I can see focus in his eyes, like like I've never seen before, to be honest. He's already been in contention for world title, coming to the last event in 2014. So he's no stranger to good result and doing well in events. He already got third here too. I remember one year, and but I don't know. He looks pretty fierce.
Right.
He scares people right at the moment.
I think so, and he is such a talented competitor, as you mentioned, and no stranger to the spotlight as well as terrific performances. But I think a lot of people are intimidated by him reaching his potential, I would say, in Brazil, and coming here with similar fierceness, as you mentioned. And so I think a little bit of intimidation is happening throughout the rest of the riders, like you mentioned, and he's definitely one of the top riders to watch, along with yourself, I would say. Because I remember, many spectacular performances. The first event I competed here, we both tied. We're equal third for this, maybe back in 2007 or 8, something like this.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of history here, and everybody's excited to watch you ride.
That's what I mean. Like, it's very difficult, like, you know, to win. I think I got 3 times third, and I made a final once, and you know, I just never had that extra thing to win that event, and I'm still trying to discover what it is.
Right.
You know.
Well, it's on the cards and possible to discover this time. We're hoping success for everybody in this event, and we're just getting into the men's round 1 of competition. We've gotten through 1 heat, but we're still waiting. Thank you for waiting patiently with us. We're on hold, just sorting out a scoring system, kind of a malfunction that we're adjusting. We want to make sure that the scores are available to Mike Stewart, Jared Houston, as well as Eric Gamez. Do you know Eric very well?
I know Eric really well. Like as I was mentioning to Manny Vargas, when I was living in Morocco, Eric came because he actually grew up in Morocco as well, so he was coming to Morocco a few times, and he was the one telling me, he was along with other guys telling me to come back to France and with a promise that I will get sponsors and he will take me under his wing in a couple trips. So
wow.
I did it. My family moved back to France, and as soon as we arrived, he was the first person we contacted, and he helped us so much. So, you know, he kept his word. I went to Canaries for the first time with him, then to Tahiti. He found me sponsors. So, you know, he helped me a lot in the beginning of my career, and I owe a lot to Arica. So to see him here after so many years, it's amazing. It's a great feeling. You know, I've been trying to coach him a little bit too, and it's funny how we just trade roles. You know, he used to be the one telling me what to do, and I was the one telling him what to do in the trials, and I'm so happy he made it to the main event.
That is so cool.
So he's a great person, and you know, I'm so happy to have him here.
Yeah, that is a terrific story. So a legend from Morocco who's lived in a few different places. He's lived in France. He now lives in the Cook Islands.
Exactly. He's been kind of a nomad, you know. He's been living everywhere, and he's French. He grew up in Morocco, and then he lives in Cook Island. So he's representing Cook Island right at the moment.
Is he though? I heard that they were not necessarily wanting him to represent Cook Island. So
I just saw the COK.
Yeah, we haven't adjusted that
on
the graphics yet.
Okay.
But we have put it in our press releases, him as a Moroccan. So we were also a little confused because he did put Cook Islands on the entry form because he's living there. So naturally, we were putting Cook Islands behind his name. But we find out, like you said, that he's French and grew up in Morocco. So whether it's France or Morocco, he's representing.
Yeah, I would say we represent France.
Okay.
I would say, yeah.
Great.
I would say because he grew up in Morocco as a kid, and I'm not sure if he has family living there, but he spent a lot of time in France, and he's already competed in the French national, so he's probably French.
Yeah, probably.
He's this kind of guy that's been everywhere around the world, and he told me his dream was to one day move to a secret island and just live there with his family with perfect waves, and he kind of did it, you know.
Wow.
He lives in Cook Island. He has a beautiful family and with pumping wave in front of his garden. So he's kind of living, a dream.
That is super cool. And he has a little hostel that he has, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he has his own business now in Cook Islands. And I believe if you guys want to go to Cook Island, you can contact him as he have a camp.
Cool. There we saw some of the young guns on screen just a moment ago. Tristan Roberts and Tanner McDaniel will be going off head-to-head. I feel that will be a terrific battle to see them compete in the same heat.
We were mentioning that heat as one of the highlights maybe of round one because we're going to have 3 young guys. We're going to have Tanner McDaniel, Tristan Roberts,
and Kevin.
And Kevin Ariella in the same heat. I believe they are all under 20 years of age. And it's great to see pretty much juniors in the same heat.
Yeah.
Going, nuts. So I can't wait to see that one.
That will be great, especially Tristan Roberts. It's his first time here in Arica, I think. And Tanner McDaniel, he has been here a few times. I think this is Kevin's also
first time.
First time.
Yeah.
So that'll be wonderful. It'll be probably the youngest out of the three as the veteran at the wave. So that'll be really interesting.
Yeah. You know, Tanner probably has the upper end because he came here a few years and he serves that way really well. You know, and I can't wait to see him facing Tristan Robert. That is, you know, probably gonna be one of his longest term rival.
You're right.
For years to come.
So we just got word that the heat number 2 of round number 1 of the men's has begun.
Yes.
This is a non-elimination round, and we've adjusted the scoring system. So now we do have Jared Houston, Mike Stewart, and Eric Gamez representing possibly France. And while there's a little break in the action, I'd like to ask you how the bodyboarding scene is there in your home country of France. I know you're living in Portugal now, but I'm sure you're still really close to the bodyboarding culture.
Yeah, of course. You know, to be honest, it's going good. It's going really good, and you can see that we have actually Maxime Castillo here, which is you know, great. And I believe we're gonna see more French riders coming. Because it used to be a little bit just Amaury and I for a few years, and a couple guys try, but you know, Maxime is here to, you know, compete full time, and as you know, he just got a quarterfinal finish in Brazil. But in terms of the scene now in France, it's going really well. I see a lot of bodyboarders in the water, and I think the market is doing well too, which is great, and the national tour is doing really well too, which is very important. We're trying a lot in France and other countries in Europe to develop the national tour. You know, it's important for everyone to compete and, you know, kind of have a goal, you know, to compete in the national, then actually compete in the regional, then the national, then maybe come in Europe, then maybe the world tour.
Yes.
It's important, you know, them to face each other regionally and then nationally.
I totally agree. I think this is Eric Gamez up and riding on the first wave of
he's
heat
going
number
to
2.
hit it. Oh, nice backflip.
And he pulls it. We have a rider out the back. Let's see who it is. It looks like Mike Stewart.
Oh, Mike Stewart.
Gets a nice barrel.
God.
Nice long ride for Mike, and he even gets a little forward. A little, yeah, that was really exciting. A nice forward floater, you know, to finish off that wave, and I think it was complete. He did make it all the way to the keyhole. So a complete ride, nice long barrel. So it looks like Mike Stewart got the better of that exchange, but Eric Gamez, he'll get some points on the board as well.
Yeah, for sure. Eric Gamez will get a decent score for that backflip. You know, the judges obviously reward better move landed in the flats. But the interesting score here was going to be Mike's one. I think that's the best wave of the day.
Ooh, I like that call, and I think that's a fair one for sure because he got a nice long barrel, and he was able to make it out of that. So let's just All right, we're waiting for scores to drop. We've just kind of established.
Oh, I see a 10 already dropping.
All right. So we're waiting for the rest of the scores to drop in. So it looks like about an average score coming in for Eric and possibly an excellent score coming in for Mike. Jared Houston still yet to ride. And hey, fair call. Best wave of the day. And we're going to see the high score of the morning thus far. And currently, with the first ride, Eric Gamez will be sitting in first position. But as soon as Mike's score comes in, he will be, moving into that first position. It'll put a little more pressure on Jared and Eric because now Mike will only need medium range score to solidify, a first position.
It's great to start with an excellent ride. It's 25 minutes goes pretty fast, and
well, it sure is great to start with an excellent ride. What does it feel like on the water if on your opening wave you get a similar score to this?
well, you kind of take the pressure out,
Right.
which is epic because you know that you are surfing an excellent wave, you know,
Yeah.
like El Flopos, and you know that now basically all you have to do is, you know, do a little bit of a show. So
Nice.
it's a great, you know, state of mind to be.
For sure. I would agree with you because it's kind of like, okay, I'm
it's-
doing things right.
Yeah.
So there's no second guessing yourself. It puts a lot of confidence, and
It
like you
does.
said, it takes the pressure off because now you have a lot of points that hopefully can advance you on. And
Yeah.
in this non-elimination heat, it is first place who will skip round 2, and riders in second
you
and
have
third will
Eric
go to round 2.
Games from everywhere with a nice cutback, a nice cover up, and he comes out of it. He does comes out of it.
Oh, he came out of the roof.
And we have
kinda.
Jared Houston taking off on the right, and you know how much you love them. A nice extended roll to start his ride. Keeps going, and he's gonna have a nice cover up. Wow, that's gonna be another excellent wave, I believe.
That was great. So Jared Houston also getting on to off to a great start. Eric Gamez, the only rider now with 2 rides. It may be enough to put him back into that first position that he held just for a few moments at the start of the heat. And scores are coming in.
Yeah,
for
so there you go. You have a first wave of Max Stewart was scored a 9-point ride. So excellent way to start the heat. And we're going to wait for Jared Houston's first wave, which should be an excellent wave as well.
All right. So a very, very good heat on our hands, and a great battle between the legendary Mike Stewart, last year's world champion, and the trialist from everywhere, as you put it, Eric Gamez. Scores coming in for Jared now.
Yeah, Jared's got an 8-point drive on his opening wave, and Eric Gamez got a 6.5, I believe.
6.25.
6.25, excuse me. So Eric Gamez is in the lead.
Short scores only required for Jared Houston. A 101 will take him into advancing position. Also a 2.25 for Mike Stewart. So, yeah, interesting because there's sometimes a little bit of lulls, little inconsistent. But hey, Pierre, when the waves come in, it's pretty good out there.
It's pretty good. You know, see the stride direction is perfect today, and we saw excellent ride already, and we're gonna see more.
And we're super excited to continue this wonderful action. I think it was.
And here we have on the right, Jared Houston on the second wave. Oh, he's going fast. What is he gonna do? A nice, huge invert.
Oh my goodness.
That was an excellent ride.
That was
We
amazing.
might see, I don't know, but we could see a first 10 of the comp.
That was so cool, and I love the way he shook his head off after that because he was feeling it. That was exactly what he came out here to do, and he was probably stockpiling those, saving them up, like you mentioned in the free surfs, waiting for the contest to really pull out the big moves. And that was a huge invert, one of the cleanest that we've seen.
And we have Eric Gamez in black, looking for the cover with a nice cover up. He comes out of it nicely, cleanly, and tries to spin, but unable to make it. And we have Jared Houston's score, 8.75. Wow. Well deserved score. And it's interesting. Mike Stewart got the best score so far for a barrel ride. And we see Jared Houston with 8.75 for a massive invert. So it's, it's close, very close, but which is great about the Gringo, You can go right, left, doing barrels, big moves, and you're always going to be scored well.
Exactly, that right-hander offered Jared Houston an opportunity to launch a solid invert. That was so cool. Last year he had an iconic invert on a left, and this one was on a right. Eric Gamez just takes a peek, but he took a quick look at that one and ends up diving out. So situation now with
I made a mistake.
Well, the
telling you the
scores
score.
were also a little fudgy, so don't blame it on yourself.
So the last wave of Jared Houston was actually scored a 9.25.
Yeah,
so
that's more like it.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that's in my eyes it was the best wave of the heat. So I understand now. And so he's in the lead at the moment with he's pretty comfortable in the lead with 17.25 of total.
That's a massive total.
Mike Stewart's got a 9-point ride, so he only, he needs an 8.26 to make it, which is completely doable.
And we will see if he's able to do so after this interview. Take it away, Begonia.
Thank you very much, guys. Amaury, we saw a very smart heat, only 3 waves. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, it's a bit smaller today. The last few days we had some good free surfing, and today it's really tactical because it's pretty slow to get the good waves to come, and so you really have to choose the good one. And just trying to surf safe and smart and getting some good barrels, and it's really important the control in the barrel. The judge are really looking how you control the barrel. So yeah, just step by step. This is the first round. I'm going to be focused for the next rounds coming, and hopefully we get some waves in the next few days.
That's very good. What's your strategy next?
Just be calm and focus, and really to get the good ones, be open mind, because there is some good rights and good left, so you really have to be open mind to the ocean to try to catch the best of it.
Well, so congratulations then, and we wish you best of luck, and hope to see you back here soon. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, so Moz moving on ahead into round number 3. That is awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome. I mean, you're pretty happy to be quite honest, yes, you're happy to skip around, but you're also losing an opportunity to surf again.
Right.
El Gringo, El Flopo with another guy out.
True.
But everyone is here for the points, not
Yes.
to free surf or surf. So. Great
So-
job, Amoy.
Yeah, great job. So tell us a little bit more about that. So how do you feel that works? Of course, you want to do your best. You want to advance. So skipping around takes you further in the contest. But do you feel that there's some benefit, and we've seen just in the first few events this new format working itself out?
Right, here we are.
We'll get back to that.
Again on the right, and there we go. It's trying to. No, it's gonna.
So he opts out of that wave, but we.
He knows that right really well. He's probably did the right thing. And here we have Mike Stewart and Eric Games sharing a pick, and we're gonna have Eric rides and a nice cover up. It's gonna be hard to come out of that.
And Mike Stewart, I can almost guarantee you, pulled into the barrel on the left-hander.
Seemed that way, but look, it's pretty. I don't know.
He's not all the way at the end, so yeah. Curious if he exited or if he was able to try and maneuver out of that. So we'll see. But back to this, a new format that we're using this year. We've unveiled it here on the APB Tour in 2016, and the opportunity to skip around is presented with the first non-elimination round. And have we seen riders that have surfed in round 2 and continued to kind of pick up the pace? Did Alex Uranga surf in round 2 in Brazil?
No, Alex had a epic first hit actually. He did
Okay.
a huge invert. But I don't know. I believe in this year so far, all the winner
have skipped.
Have skipped. But last year we saw something interesting. We saw Jared Houston winning this competition. Here we have Max Stewart's replay. A nice barrel there. Here we go.
So he doesn't come out of that. And if Mike Stewart doesn't exit a barrel, you can be sure that it was not makeable from the takeoff place. So Mike Stewart given another nudge. He got a 9 earlier, and he's still hunting down those barrels.
Yeah, I was mentioning that Jared Houston last year won this event and not winning his first heat. And as soon as he did his heat in round 2, that's where he picked. That's where he got his 10-point ride, and I believe another high 9. And from that round 2 heat, he just kept his momentum, as we were talking earlier. Managed to pretty much score a 9 every heat and all the way to the final. So it was really a battle between Amoy and Jared last year. You could see them,
Yeah.
It was
and
tough.
That
And
is
what is
tough.
interesting this year is with the seedings, they're gonna be in the same part of the draw, so they're gonna meet early.
Wow.
So they're gonna meet very early, and that's gonna be very, very interesting.
Very interesting indeed. Last year was a terrific battle that played itself out, and Pierre mentioning that we will probably see that battle play itself out a little bit sooner than normal, at least in this event and possibly in an event or two to come. But the points will be adjusting the seeding in this another very important event, another 8,000 point event, just like Brazil. So we're seeing right now in the Open Live leaderboard that you, Alex, and Jeff are really scooting ahead of the pack by several thousand points. We'll get back to that.
And here we have Eric Gamez on the nice looking left, and he's going for his racing it, and he goes for a nice backflip.
That was cool.
Nice, kind of perfectly executed, and he lands it.
And he
which
landed
is
it.
Important.
Of course. And again, he didn't land at the top of the wave like his last flip, but again, he didn't land in the flat. So kind of mid-face, but still a cleaner execution. Here we have a paddle.
Jared Houston on the left, I believe. Here he goes for his racing it. What is he gonna do? Another big invert. Wow.
He is feeling it.
Wow.
He is feeling it. He wants to get rid of that 8.0, which usually you never want to do. Stewart on a nice long barrel, and he goes for the no-handed roll. And that was really impressive.
I believe the last run of Jared was was probably even bigger than his first one. So, the history is sort of repeating again, And
so we'll have to wait and see.
I know.
Eric Gamez getting a nice score for his last ride, and now we're waiting to see scores of Jared. It will be a huge one.
We can't wait to see Jared's new score, which is probably, I believe, is gonna enter in his top 2. I don't know. I'd love to see a replay.
Oh, I'd love to see the replay as well. And we have some clouds forming out the back, even some formations that are kind of unusual here. It almost looks like it might rain, something that they swear has never occurred in 1,000 years here in the city of Arica. But I swear it almost happens every year I come. But I guess it's different, it kind of drizzles. There's moisture coming from the air. I call that rain if it's precipitation, but they say like drops of rain, like actual raining drops of water from the air hasn't happened for hundreds, if not 1,000 years. But right out in the ocean,
pretty
we
crazy.
see possibility of maybe rain. Maybe it'll stay out there.
What will be very good is the wind to last as long as it can,
Yeah.
I just hope this cloud formation doesn't bring something bad.
Right, if it's able to
'Cause
keep the wind at bay.
Yeah, we need to run a lot of heats today. We're gonna try. We won't be able to finish the first round, I believe, but we're gonna try to go as far as we can, as we need to. We probably there's gonna be comp every day.
Right.
If it's not for the men, it's gonna be for the juniors, for the women, and
right.
It's important to do as many as possible per day.
I think that's exactly right. And the event organizers sharing your sentiments, because we are pushing into the men's round 1. We're into heat number 2 right now. We've already finished the trials, so we have our qualifiers who've made it into the trials. Eric Gamez is one of them. He's on the water with 2 of the world's best. Here we have a replay.
Yeah, here we go. Jared just on such a good looking left. Look at this line. You know it's gonna go big, and it goes huge. How do you have Eric Gamez claiming it? Eric is just so stoked to be here. Just so stoked to be in the main event. And you might as well face the best, And this is the replay of Max Sewell going for a barrel and try to boost out, but didn't really.
And hard to tell, was that a no-handed roll or one-handed roll attempt? Because it still looked like he was holding onto the board with one hand. And we've seen plenty of no-handed roll attempts in Brazil. Maybe 3 or 4 that I can remember. None of them landed yet. So we'll see if we can get one or no-handed rolls landed here. Mike Stewart.
Mike Stewart, another wave. He needs a big score, and
he's not going to get it there.
Decides to. And Eric Gamez, that needs a big score,
It's probably he's a combo for first place, so he needs 2 good waves, and that's a good barrel. He's having a good time. Is he gonna be able to hit it? Nice rollout.
That was cool for
And
sure.
we have Jared Houston on another right.
Oh,
He
no.
already got his 2 waves, so what is he got to do now? A big air rollo.
He's just having fun. So his
Yeah.
throwaway waves right now are an 8.0, and that last roll would be enough to win most heats today, and we'll see if that continues through the round 1. But at this moment, Pierre, he's put up the highest heat total of the event thus far. It'll be the one to reach for anybody else looking for a high heat total. He's got 2 9s, a 9.15 and a 9.25 heat total, 18.40, just massive. So, boy, if Jared's able to keep the momentum that we keep talking about, Pierre, and get 9s and 2 of them perhaps in every heat, boy, he's looking like he's gonna have
It's a good start.
a
It's
nice
a good
start.
start.
Yeah,
You know,
a nice,
it's a very
nice
good
start.
start, and if he's able to keep his momentum all the way, well, we could potentially see our winner here already. But it's only the second heat of round 1, so plenty of action to come, and I can't wait to see some of the heats that we're gonna see.
We just saw on screen Alexandra Rinder, and what's your feeling of her riding? How do you think that riding will play out here at Flopos?
Well, Alexandra won the event last year and is, in my eyes, the favorite to win this event again, because she's used to rocks compared to most of the girls.
Right.
She's used, she lives in Canaries Island and she surfs rocks as her local. So that's why she have a huge, advantage. But Isabela Sousa just won Brazil now and is looking fierce to get another world title.
Yeah.
So can't wait to see what's gonna happen. But I believe Alexandra's surf is the strongest here. But you never know.
Right.
And we have, I believe this is black. Yeah, Eric Games. They had a pretty good hit, And here we go again, having fun. It's gonna be really hard to take that first spot, but he's actually even with Max Stewart at the moment.
Wow.
But what really matters is that first spot. That's why you don't see them, trying to get second,
Right. And when Pierre says that, he's talking about just surfing the heat. As we've seen in the trials, competitors just reach for that score sufficient to advance. If you get a second spot, that's just as good as the first. You're moving on through the round. But in this non-elimination round, it is first position only who gets the benefit of skipping around. Second and third still get move on to round 2. And there was Alexandra Linder. Just, some saludos.
What do we have? We have Max Stewart on a nice cover-up in the first section. Stall for another barrel or a move. We're going to find out soon. And it's another barrel. And goes for a nicer cutty. Is he going to be able to find another section? He doesn't. And we have 2 minutes remaining. And I believe Jared Wilson will advance to round 3.
It definitely seems that way. I feel at this point, with only 2 minutes remaining, it is only Mike Stewart that can catch him, because Eric Games will need 2 new rides to do so. But Stewart has a 9, so if he's able to get a 9.35, he will take the leading position from Jared. But short time to do so. Also, he rode that right pretty far. How's the paddle out on the rights?
Paddle is pretty long. I mean, you want to make sure it was worth it.
Right.
And that's why, a guy like Amori is really, focused on this left. And that's why, he does so well, because he is able to come back very fast and control that peak, And that's why I think he's done so well in this event in the previous year. And the right is very a gamble, You can get a 10, you might get a 2, and you went all the way in. So
very true.
Be careful. And we have Jared Houston on probably his last ride of the day. It was a nice cover-up, and he comes out of it. Race it, trying to look for another little section, and goes for nice air rollo. He's stoked. That was a good hit.
That was
3 excellent wave.
That was a great heat. Eric Games, he's stoked to be here. He's in the main event.
Yeah.
He secured himself a spot into round 2 with his performance here. It's Jared Houston who will be moving on into round 3, unless in the next 20 seconds Mike Stewart gets a 9.36.
Yeah, he's coming back, but looks like there's no sets at the back. So we have our second heat winner of the day in the main event.
Yeah, wonderful. Just a terrific heat. Also, so great to have Pierre in the booth with us. Thanks so much for joining us.
No problem.
And you're welcome to, say hello to whoever you'd like now.
Yeah. Bon dia, Ruth. I hope you're watching, my love, and I want to send you a lot of kisses. I'll be surfing soon. Every kisses to all my family, my friend, and I hope I surf today, and the waves look good. So thanks everyone for the support.
Well, best of luck and bon chance, bon courage in your heat, PLC. And we will be back with round 1 of the men's heat number 3 right after this.
Wow, I had to watch that heat. I went down to the shoreline, and it was incredible. Jared Houston was on a good one. My name is Manny V, and I am here with David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed from the Arica Chilean Challenge, and we got live action here in round number 1 of the main event. So, yes, welcome back. Incredible.
That was an amazing heat, and that was just kind of a little glimpse, a little sneak peek for you people at home who've tuned in. Amazing opportunity for incredible bodyboarding action here. Mike Stewart showing us a beautiful 9-point ride, and Jared Houston with a pair of 9s for huge inverts.
Yeah, so let's get into the action. The next heat is out in the water, and we have heat number 2 of the men's main event round. And out in the water, heat number 3. That is Sasha Damajanik. We have Hermano Castro in yellow, and in blue, we have Matias Miranda. So another stacked heat. Bunch of young guns in this one, except for Hermano Castro, one of the old school guys who's been around for a couple decades now, in not only the competitive but also in the free surf arena. So Hermano Castro, definitely somebody to keep an eye on. Sasha, young kid from Chile, along with Matias Miranda. This is going to be a good one.
And I'm sure they were watching at least parts of that last heat. And if they weren't, they were hearing the beach erupt for each of the 9-point rides.
Yes.
I think Jared threw away an 8 and maybe a couple 7s.
Oh, my God.
He just was having a great free surf, having fun. There again is the riders in this Heat 3, round number 1. Matchup, non-elimination. First place moving on to round number 3, second and third moving on to round number 2. And we are going to be pushing on through, getting as much men's action to you as we possibly can today. Once the conditions deteriorate, we'll call it off and bring you more action tomorrow. But stick with us because we're likely going to be getting through maybe about 8 more heats. We'll just have to wait and see. But if it's anything like that last heat, Manny, it's definitely something to watch. It's definitely a spectacle. That was definitely exactly what we came here to Chile for.
Yeah, Jared Houston taking flight on the lefts and the rights. And there was a left that Jared Houston was aiming up for, and Eric knew there was a ramp coming. He stopped and put his hands up, and just it was an incredible sight to see. Eric Gomez, can't take anything away from that guy. He was also charging and finding some deep barrels and big flips as well.
Yeah, it was wonderful to see the qualifier, the trialist, Eric Gomez. PLC says he's representing France. So and also PLC said Eric Gomez from everywhere because he is a nomadic traveling bodyboarder throughout his life, now residing in the Cook Islands, but coming all the way from the trials, even surfing a heat today to make it into this main event and giving it a go. He even injured himself early on in the trials, one of the early rounds, but really just making a solid push. One of our top performers from the trials, and he gave it a solid nudge. He might have even ended up virtually tied with Mike Stewart. Mike Stewart winning on the count back just to get that second spot position, which will have a little bit of a difference maybe in which heat they go into. We're also looking at the possibility of doing a series of reseeding, which is a little bit different to what we did in Brazil. So potentially, just kind of fine-tuning this new format to make sure that it's as fair as possible so we can bring you the best action as we can. Here we have Up and Riding.
We got Sasha in the red jersey tucking in this little inside barrel, trying to get things going here in the first few minutes of this heat. And again, that wave may come in handy later on in the heat if Mother Nature decides to take a break from delivering the goods. So Sasha starting off that heat with a mid-range score, maybe on the lower side, but it's something to get going for Sasha Damjanic. Damjanic, that's right.
The Croatian lineage coming in strong there in Antofagasta. Sasha Damjanic representing for Don Pollo Don Lomo. Terrific restaurante there in Antofagasta. As, really proven itself. We had a World Tour event there for a few years now with the Antofagasta Festival.
Again, this is the Arica Chilean Challenge brought to you by the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica and Tomate Surf Shop presented by Erizos.
Also helping out Universidad de Tarapacá, Agua Cielo 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FM OK, and Hertz Up and Riding.
Oh, looks like a nice clean roll on the outside. That was Matias Miranda coming into the inside, and he goes for another roll in the critical part of the section. That thing is breaking right on the reef. Oh, my goodness. Keep the camera on him. Make sure he's okay. Oh, my Lord. That is what I'm talking about. These guys are throwing it all on the line. And right there, I'm telling you, it's about, he's in that little keyhole in that area, but oh my goodness. I always hold my breath when riders come to the very inside and do big maneuvers like that, but a solid attempt. Up and Riding. Red, Sasha, again. Quick little pocket ride on the inside, smaller wave, but he's just trying to get something going, and he kicks out of that one. Oh my goodness.
Exciting start.
Woo.
For the opening exchanges of round one, heat number 3, and just a terrific day of action. Not only the trials, but we're getting into the men's main event. But that's not the only division we have here at the iconic Arica Chilean Challenge. We have the women, we have the Pro Juniors, and we are going to be bringing all 3 of those divisions to you. We've qualified the men's, so now we're into the main event of all 3 of those divisions, and we'll get you round 1 of Pro Juniors and women's probably in the next couple of days. But what we do, not only do we watch the forecast really closely, but we show up at the beach every morning, we check the conditions, and we see what's on tap. Also, our event our event organizer, you know, knows what needs to be run. So they look at the schedule, they look at the days, and they figure out what's going to be best for that day and for what we need to accomplish.
All right, just a heads up. We did calculations were recalculated for that first heat just to make sure everything's on the up and up, and we did get some news.
Yes, and you know, I wasn't able to lend my miracle brain into those recalculations, Manny, but they end up figuring it out. It was Socrates Santana winning the first heat of round number 1. Socrates Santana now moving on into round number 3. Up and riding. Getting a nice rollita, a nice small roller there after a cool little tube ride for Sasha Damjanic. So we do have action coming in the form of 2 Chileans battling a Brazilian. We've yet to see Hermano Castro get a ride just yet. I'm sure he's being patient, and I see him waving at that ski. Looks like the ski choosing to just almost ride right over the tops of the backs of the competitors. Hopefully that wake will dissipate before the next rides come in. Jet skis often do put a solid little wake onto waves. Here we got a rider, probably Hermano Castro, finding that little left-hander that he loves so much, getting a nice little barrel ride before getting out in the keyhole.
Again, welcome to the Arica Chilean Challenge. Again, Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and it is presented by Erizos. All right, check this out. We do have Begonia with the winner of the last heat. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Darrell, oh my God, what an amazing heat. I can't even start to believe that you made 2 perfect inverts, one to the left and one to the right and one to the left. What can you say about all that?
Yeah, just I knew I was against Mike, and he's so good out here, you know. So I just wanted to just try and pick up where I left off last year, you know. Like I had such a good time last year, and I just decided to just put everything on the table. So for this heat, I just decided to just go out there and do the same thing, and it paid off. So I think I'm just going to keep going with the same strategy.
So you will say that's your strategy now, just repeat whatever you did last year?
Yeah, for sure. It worked last year, so I reckon I'll just try and do it again.
Well, amazing, and congratulations, and we're sure we're going to see you back here, so back to you guys.
Well, congratulations to Jared Houston, who absolutely killed that heat. Up and riding Sasha, coming around that section.
And you can see the frustration.
That was just an ultimate bailout right there, if I've ever seen one. Here we go, up and riding yellow. It is Hermano Castro, the Brazilian. Nice, clean stall. Little Ben Severson stall coming out of there. Getting as deep as he could on that wave, throws a little spin. It was like Mother Nature held back on the bigger waves so far in this heat. But the riders are still trying to make something out of nothing. But Sasha's
That was a cool exchange.
That was a pretty fun exchange.
You know, Hermano Castro getting the better of that exchange, clearly. Putting his legs in the barrel, getting a nice long tube ride, and then a series of face maneuvers after, you know, part of it, the Ben Severson kind of the wheelie stall. But the wave before, the Antofagasta, the golden child of Antofagasta, Sasha Damjanic, kind of went up into the air, actually got into the air, but he was being sent off the back of the wave and did kind of like an aerial swipe. It's kind of like from Dora the Explorer, like when they tell Swiper, no swiping. It was like he was Swiper. He was an air swiper.
Oh, that was amazing. but that may go into the highlight reels for sure as frustration sets in with the competitors if they do not get what they ask for on these spectacular waves. So, yes, again, we are in round number 1 of the main event. Heat number 3 is currently out of the water. 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored, and the sum of those 2 waves is your score. Get the highest scores and win. You advance on to round number 3, bypassing round number 2. Second and third place will advance on. This is a non-elimination round, so second and third will go on into round number 2. So we get to see each one of these riders again, but the next time we see them, it will be an elimination round.
That is so true. Whether they move on to round 3 or round 2, it will be an elimination round. Round 1, the only non-elimination round of the men's main event. And just a terrific opportunity to have our riders not only test the waters, the riders who are seeded into that round, but also for our qualifiers to kind of continue that momentum and also test their abilities against the seeded riders. We saw Arica Chilean perform very well in the last heat, a performance that I feel clearly would have won most of the trials heats, but he ended up in third against the big dogs. So nothing against his riding. I thought he performed very well, but the riders he was up against, Mike Stewart, former million-time world champion, and Jared Houston, a former world champion, actually current world champion, put up huge numbers. Arica Chilean wasn't able to really reach their level.
Look at this thing. Somebody's turning around. Somebody's paddling in. Yes, it is Sasha with a nice sized wave. Gets around that section. Pulls under the pocket. Almost loses his rail and loses control, but is able to come around, re-engage. Nice bottom turn roll. Here we go.
Hermano Castro out the back. Stalls a little bit, but then avoids the barrel. Now he gets under the closeout section. Quickly dips out the back and is stroking to get back onto the lineup. And our rider, Matthias
wants a part of this wave exchange, gets the last wave of the set, and just gets too deep with 0 speed as he pulled into that barrel. I don't know if he saw the wave breaking in front of him, because that thing just started running as soon as it hit the reef.
And it did almost look like the wave started to break on him as he attempted to enter the barrel, which probably slowed him down too. But a solid effort from the Chilean, Matthias Miranda.
So it looks like Sasha got the better of the wave exchange out of those 3. So it's good to see. We're going to see and wait for the scores to drop. Looks like one of the lifeguards here is in a heat coming up. So it's going to be fun to watch him. I believe in heat number 4.
It is Popeye Christian Fernandez.
Yes.
And you can definitely count on bodyboarders, but especially here in Chile, to be hooking up their friends with radical nicknames. And Popeye also, Popeye, so that's the nickname for Christian Fernandez. I've been trying to keep you up to speed with all the other nicknames flown around for the Flapianos, the other Chilenos, and even our international riders like Moz. That's the nickname of Emily Laverne.
Yes. And
PLC for Pierre. Here we have Sasha.
Sasha dropping in again on a medium-sized wave. Oh, bails out before it gets to the inside. And ducks out of there just before he gets caught on the inside. So Sasha, he's moving. He's still moving. Nicholas Chiara and Miguel Adao, along with Christian Fernandez, a.k.a. Popeye, are coming up next. So that's another stacked heat. That's going to be a fun one to watch.
Certainly is. And you know what I think we should do, Manny? For the Chilean riders that are yet to have a nickname, we should provide them one during their round 1 performances. So if, let's say, in the case that Sasha Damjanic moves on into round 3, let's call him the Croatian Dream Crusher.
All right, deal. All right, up, out the back. Drop it in. Oh, split peak. We're going to go to the right now. Matthias, nice bottom turn, clean roll. Through the lip, comes around the section, and he's going to go for that roll on the inside again. Get out of there, brother.
2-piece. Nice wave for Matthias Miranda to kind of fight his way back into this heat. He's got an average score. That'll be another one. And it might be enough to overtake Hermano Castro, but will it be enough to overtake our heat leader, the Croatian Dream Crusher?
Well, time will tell. We're, I believe, in the 17-minute mark, and there's time to be had. The question is, whose dreams are going to be crushed?
Hopefully not the spectators. Hopefully we can get some radical performances from all three of these competitors throughout the rest of the remaining time. And only time will tell. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica Tomate Surf Shop. And this is, of course, presented by Erizos. Also helping sponsor Universidad Tarapacá. We'll get into that after this replay.
Oh, this is the Hermano Castro's deep barrel. Just going for a maneuver coming out of that barrel, forcing it over a roll, but that barrel was key.
That barrel was cool. He was hoping to find a lip to roll off on the exit, and instead he just kind of rolled off of air. Almost kind of a shoulder roll. I don't know really what else to call it, I guess. But Agua Cielo 360 energy drink, Panamericana Hotel, FM, OK, and Hertz. Definitely coming in with solid support. Thank you to all our sponsors. Thank you to all you viewers for tuning in. And if you just tuned in, we had an incredible heat in the previous matchup. Jared Houston, Mike Stewart, as well as Eric Gamez. Jared Houston with a pair of 9s coming out on top. Also in heat number 1, it was Socrates Santana overcoming Diego Berrios and Emily Laverne to move into round 3. Our riders in second and third position in all of the round 1 heats will be moving on to round 2. First position of all the round 1 heats will be moving into round number 3.
Oh, look at this wave coming in. Look at the left. This wave is pretty perfect. Sitting down on the beach and just seeing the waves come in during Jared Houston and Stewart and Eric's heat was pretty amazing to watch the power being unleashed on the shallows here at Flopos.
Exactly right, Manny. This is an intense wave offering tons of power. It's a high-performance wave, and it is critical. We continued to mention the shallow situation here of the bottom contours that the wave breaks on, and at times it may seem like we're exaggerating, but I'll tell you, there's no way to overdo it. This is an element here at Flopos that can never be overhyped. It is an ever-present danger. And sometimes we have perfect waves coming in and you think, oh, that's just such a dream, a buttery, real easy wave. But I assure you that this can be a super dangerous, critical wave. We're going to be seeing bloodshed on this reef probably every single day of the event. So we'll just have to hope for the best that we don't have any critical injuries.
Oh my, Sasha on a nice one and gets a deep barrel, goes for an invert and lands perfectly on the face of the wave and then just gets sucked up and over onto the reef. But a solid wave for Sasha. That is definitely going to help him get through this heat. Will it be enough to get him past round number 2 and go straight into round number 3 is the question.
Well, the Croatian Dream Crusher doing his duty and really putting the pressure on the other ones. Let's take a look at this. Our rider in black, Matias Miranda, opting for a right-hander really deep on that barrel. And we got waves out the back, Manny.
Oh my, look at this. Coming in all the way from the outside. Look at the right and left, perfect. Nobody was in position for these waves. Another wave unridden.
So I'd say that invert was complete. He landed on the wave face, and he continued his momentum, but he did get sucked up and over. So he will get scored for that barrel, which was probably in the mid-range for the barrel. But he was already in a good spot. It is Hermano Castro who does have the highest heat of the event. In this heat, highest score of this heat right now, a 7.25. Let's see if Sasha moves into first place, and he does. Now a 6.25 and a 6.65. But up and riding, Hermano Castro, he wants a piece of that first place round skip in action. That won't really be enough, even though the swagger and finesse that he put on the end of it was great. And look, if he was on that one, he might have got a 10.
Oh, it's still going. Look at that thing. That was perfection right there from the island, the Scorpion Island here in Arica. That wave was amazing. You're in a trance right now.
I am entranced by that cylindrical, tubular, just piece of ocean mechanics, thermodynamics and hydrodynamics just coming into play with physics, and you could just sign up a whole science class based off of that wave.
Thank you all for tuning in. Ismael from Morocco. David is in part of the minority bodyboarding crew in Westmead Hospital. What? He's in Sydney right now recovering. Jason is in Costa Rica and up and riding. Wow, this guy is on another one. Oh, straightening out. Now what's he going to do as he goes into the shallows where the reef is? That's something you don't want to do. But Sasha having a great heat out there with 2 solid scores.
The Croatian Dream Crusher.
Oh my.
Sasha Damjanic moving on into round number 3 with a solid heat win, using that last wave as kind of a victory lap, assuming poodle stance with a double hand on the front of the nose and with the shaggy hair wagon behind him.
Martin is in the house. Wesley in South Africa. Jamie, we'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed from the Arica Chilean Challenge. Okay, this is it. Main event of the men's division out in the water. We have heat number 4, and it is a stacked heat, but I'm telling you, the action is nonstop.
It's awesome out here. We're seeing some killer barrel rides as well as radical aerial maneuvers, and there's no So Popeye, the Flapiano, going against the Argentinian and the young Portuguese Grommet. And we're going to see a terrific matchup here. But we just got another little correcting the correction, actually. And it was a good thing my miracle brain wasn't involved in either of these. But it is the winner of the first heat was Moz. So it is Emily Laverne moving into round number 3. So we apologize again for the correction. Up and riding in red.
Oh my gosh. That was the rider from Argentina, Nicolas Chiara. Woo. All right, here's another wave out the back. Look at this thing shaping up 4. Christian Fernandez comes off the bottom, pulls in deep. Is he going to come out? No, this thing shuts down on him, and he will get ragdolled in the shallows here at El Gringo, a.k.a. Flopos. Flopos or El Gringo? That seems to be the question thrown out on the beach right now.
It's
But
Flopos.
you know what? You say El Gringo, people will know what you're talking about. You say Flopos, you're going to fit right in with the locals here on Scorpion Island. All right, so we are underway. 25-minute heats. Top two advance. Top two advance into. Wait a second.
Top one.
That.
Sorry.
So 25-minute heats. The winner of these heats in round number 1 will go straight into round number 3. Second and third, you're going to see them again in round number 2. So if you see a rider not advance in those second or third place heats or places, you will see them again.
All
So
right.
we got a wave exchange going down.
Certainly do. Waiting for scores. And we are into men's round 1. Super exciting to get this day underway. And we've got terrific action. Here we can see the Dream Crusher.
Dream Crusher.
Croatian Dream Crusher, Sasha Damjanic, signing those autographs. He doesn't want to crush the dreams of those little grommets, so he is being very polite, attentive, and professional. Big smile. I tell you, he's got one of the most longest lasting smiles of maybe any of the competitors, because it's like once he wakes up in the morning and the smile goes on, he doesn't take it off until he goes to sleep. He might even sleep with his smile on. It might be a 24/7 smile fest.
The Dream Crusher.
The Croatian Dream Crusher, Sasha Damjanic. I can't wait for Begonia to have a nice interview with the Dream Crusher.
That'll be coming up shortly as they get situated, but it's going to take me a little time to get to the water because, get to the interview area. He's got to sign autographs.
He's got to sign autographs.
All right, so out in the water, current situation, 22 minutes remaining. It is Nicholas Chiara with a 1-point score and Christian Fernandez with a 2.5 average score. So, heat number 4, out in the water. Top 2 waves are scored. 25-minute heats. First place goes into round 3. Second and third go straight into round number 2. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Sasha coming up onto the interview area. He is stoked. He's going to go look for his hat, but somebody already has his hat right there, his entourage.
That was cool.
That was pretty good. All right, so look at these lines coming in out the back. A little bit of texture on the water, but it could be worse. We're going into 11 o'clock here in Arica. Whew. We are chopping away at the 16 heats in round number 3. We are currently in heat number 4. Wow, I'm looking down the list right now of some heats, and yes, there are a ton of them. Oh my, look at that. Heat number 5, don't want to miss that. The 2 Brazilians, Eder Luciano, Uri Valadão.
And Dino, the Portuguese from Nazaré.
That's going to be a fun one to watch. So yes, don't go anywhere all day. We will have action from Arica. If you want to reach into the booth here, just keep tabs, keep one window open with the live feed on apbtour.com/live, and keep another window open for Facebook APB. And for those of you, I've got a few questions about the U-Riding in-game Arica Chilean Challenge. That will be coming up shortly. We're guesstimating it'll be up and running by mid-next week, so keep your eyes peeled. Look at this thing, deep barrel. If he comes out of that, oh my. No, he gets caught behind the section. And it's interesting to hear PLC talk about his equipment, saying that he's using the same board from the one from Brazil. It is going to be a little bit stiffer, but with these little wind chops coming off the shallows and on off the everything. Look at this. Wait a second. I'll get back to that. Yellow. Can he come out of that? No. I think the tide is changing, making these lefts become a little bit faster. You're going to have to get into these barrels a little bit quicker with a high speed line and some speed if you're going to want to make it out as the tide changes. But PLC using the same board as he did in Brazil. Definitely going to be stiffer, and he used the reasoning of being able to just cut through those chops and maintain his speed. So great to hear that point of view from PLC. Look at the fishing boats heading out, cargo ships heading in. One of the major ports here in Chile, Arica, dropping off cargo from all over the world and delivering the goods down the coast into Bolivia and into Peru. Don't go anywhere. Actually, check this out. We do have the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Very emotional here with my co-team rider from Erizos. Sasha, tell us a little bit about that excellent wave you caught, a barrel, and then an inver coming out. How was like?
Now I was waiting for a wave, and there comes the set, and it was a really beautiful wave. I think the other riders also want to take it, but I had the priority, so I take it. And when I was dropping the wave, I saw maybe the lip was gonna hit me in my head because it was really shallow and hollow. And I just made the drop, and it came in the barrel. It was a perfect bowl. And when I came out, it was like a perfect lip to hit it, so I just came up and boom. But when I land, I think I couldn't make it. I made it, but then the wave came so strong over me, so I just couldn't make it.
Well, congratulations for that. And how does it feel to be competing back in this excellent and it's important tour event? This is your second year here, right?
Yeah, it's my second year here, and it's my favorite wave. The last year also I had good results, so I hoping this year to make the same, and I hope better. And I want to thank you so much to my sponsor, Erizos, Don Pollo Lomo, Paminis, my gym, and I want to thanks to everybody in Chile that is watching the hits. And nothing. Thank you so much to everybody, and I hope the Chilean guys will make a good job here.
Excellent, Sach, and then congratulations, and we hope to see you very soon back here. Back to you guys.
Epic.
That was terrific. The Croatian Dream Crusher keeping the dream alive for himself and extending, the similar sentiments to the rest of the Chileans. He said, I hope all these Chileans do great, and that's just a terrific countryman and sportsman and awesome sportsmanship camaraderie coming from the Croatian lineage there in Antofagasta, the Chilean Dream Crusher or the Croatian Dream Crusher, your choice.
Yes, and a big shout out to Arturo Soto, who's making a big push and organizing events and bringing the young guns under his wing to make sure they have a solid and positive route to follow when it comes to bodyboarding. So Arturo, buen trabajo, amigo. Now, back into the water with heat number 4, currently underway. 16 minutes already are left in this heat. Again, 25-minute heats. The winner will advance on to round number 3. Second and third, they will still be in the event, but they will have to deal it out one more time in an elimination round, round number 2 of the men's main event. We have a lot more action from other divisions, the Pro Juniors and the women's. I can't wait to see those two and see what they're going to put down here at El Gringo, a.k.a. Flopos. Let's choose one and stick with it. What do you think?
Flopos.
All right, done deal. So Flopos out here on Scorpion Island. Let's take another look at this wave from Nicolas Chiara.
He's able to stall, get a little cover up there. He's pulling up on the nose, making sure he stays nice and tight in that barrel. And then he goes for
right on the reef.
Wow, extended arm roll there. Nicolas Chiara. Now we have our rider in yellow. This is Miguel Adao, the young Portuguese, going for a wicked transitionary That was kind of in between like a flip and an arse. That was like a flarse or something. I don't know. That was insane though. That was so sick. And it was a small maneuver at the end of a small wave, but a big maneuver at the end of a small wave.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he did it in a couple steps. It looked like he went up to the lip,
Right.
waited for a second for the lip to come over, and then it projected him, and he had enough projection to actually go into a flip maneuver. So a good, solid wave exchange between Nicholas and Miguel Adao. Look at these waves coming in out the back. Oh, my. Who is in position? It probably should be Christian Fernandez, Popeye, as his friends know him here in Arica. Also, lifeguard holding it down here on the island. Is anybody in position? Yes. Taking a look at this on his way back out, turning around. It is, Nicholas Chiara.
Here he goes. Bottom turns around. He's looking up. Gets a solid roll there.
Oh,
He's
no.
able to pull it off. Then it decides to ditch the board and start body surfing for the rest of the wave. But in a bodyboarding competition, we can only score him for what he does on his bodyboard. And thusly, he'll probably get some points for the roll.
I think that was more survival mode. He came unglued from his board and body surfed it to be able to ride the wave a little bit into the deeper part of the inside.
Yeah, make his way closer to the channel. So a versatile approach from Nicholas Chiara, possibly just trying to stay alive and also trying to stay alive in the competition and scoot closer to those final rounds. The winner of this heat will be skipping round 2, moving on into round number 3.
So every time a competitor looks at a lip section and starts to go for a lip maneuver, I'm actually holding my breath because the inside here at Flopos is pretty intense. I mean, I really hope nobody gets hurt, but because everybody is going big, that those chances are possible and a little high for some of the riders, even including the top guys who are even going to go bigger and landing the bigger moves. So it's going to be pretty fun to see how big they will go, but also kind of scary as well.
Definitely. With that effort, Nicholas Chiara has put himself in that first position. He's hoping to hang on to it. We're about into the halfway mark of this heat. Miguel Adao needs that 6.55 to move himself into first position, and Popeye with just that one long traveler barrel, yet to get a score on the board that will really help for his efforts, and thusly he's in a combination situation to get into first place at this moment.
We've got about 10 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, 10 minutes and 40 seconds. And, oh my gosh, here we go. Could be some action coming in out the back. What is going to happen? It looks like both the riders, well, from our angle and your angle that you're seeing in the TV, just lines coming in and ready to explode on this reef are pretty exciting. But then once you see them come in full size, you know it's going to be a pretty solid wave.
Definitely. And we're hoping that we do have more scoring opportunity. There is some of the female competitors, Paloma, as well as Alexandra Grinde, as well as potentially another competitor, maybe just one of their friends. Not sure. Maybe a helper. Staff member. Who's helping? There's so many helping hands that make this event possible. And let's take this opportunity to thank the sponsors once again, the Ilustri Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and this event presented by Erizos. There is Uri Valadao.
Former world champion, the Brazilian, ready to rock, and he's very explosive out in the water when it comes into those big flip moves, ARSs, and big backflips. Same with Eder Luciano, who's coming up in the red jersey in that next heat. This is going to be a fun heat to watch. Again, non-elimination round, so you are going to see all these riders once again, but it is that coveted first placing in this round number 1 where you can bypass a heat and go straight into bypass a round and go straight into round number 3. Is that an advantage or a disadvantage?
It seems to be an advantage. Most of the event winners this year in this format have been skipping round 2, but there have been terrific performances from riders who had to go through round 2 as well. I'd say at an event like Arica, where we never run, let's get back to that thought after this ride from our rider in black. This is Pope. He's known for high-flying maneuvers on this right-hander, and he finds a section to do a nice rollo before cutting out. Really clean cutout through a lot of spray there. Out the back, we've got a fin adjustment taking place for Miguel Adao. He gets it back on, but decides to patty cake his way off of the wave.
So, I mean, talk about the fins, and why aren't the fins getting knocked off on every wave?
Sometimes it depends on the equipment of the accessory, kind of like the fin saver. Some people use shoelaces, some people use fin tethers, some people use deluxe fin tethers, and other people just don't use anything and use hope and trust, which doesn't always work.
Can you name one person that's not using some type of fin saver or fin leash?
Nicholas
oh my goodness,
Chiara in
what?
a nice barrel.
Oh, Nicholas. Big roll coming out of it. Trying to maintain. I think it was a land, but you can see him holding on to try to convince the judges that was a completed move. But while he was doing that, he was just driving and turning into the shallow reefs. I was waiting for a rock just to pop up. That's how far inside he was. But the Argentinian holding on and pulling it off.
He might improve his situation and even scoot above. Continue to scoot ahead of the field. He's in first position. Miguel Adao, who had a little adjustment with his fin on the last right-hander, but he was able to keep it. So sometimes riders lose their fins, they don't find them. Sometimes riders get their fins knocked off and they have to exit the wave to reassess the situation and put the fin back on. Miguel Adao being able to do that while riding, I think that's worth a score.
Look at this thing. Another solid wave turning around, dropping straight into the barrel. He's riding the foam ball. He's going to come out of this? I don't even know who it is.
It's Miguel Adao.
Oh, my God. There he is getting ragdolled in the whitewash.
He made it far, though, Manny.
Oh, my.
He was in that thing for ages.
He dropped straight into the barrel from the top, and was able to land on the foam ball and ride it for a while. But, man, I thought he was going to make it for a second there.
That was insane. That was exciting. And that was thrilling, really. Wow. Great attempt from Miguel Adao to really go for the gusto. And it almost paid off. We'll see what kind of scores drop for Miguel Adao.
Woo. Again, thank you all for tuning in. Live action here from the Arica Chilean Challenge in Chile.
Ex Isla Alacran.
Yes. We are just on the outskirts of the center of Arica and turning around, taking a look at this one. Popeye, Christian Fernandez, nice clean bottom turn, slides under the pocket, gets a nice barrel, comes out to the open face and goes for a spin, and the whitewash inside of the barrel outruns him, and he gets pushed up and over that wave. But that's going to be a barrel wave for Popeye.
That was good.
How did these riders get these nicknames? Do you know how Popeye got his nickname?
Such a great question. I'm sure I was told at one point, and it evades me right now. We're going to have to find that out for you for the next heat. Looked like Dino heading out with shoes on. Not sure if he's going to wear them in the water. It seemed like he had fins in his hand. The shoes could just be an alternate. If he loses the fins during the heat, he'll have the shoes either on the rocks or in his wetsuit, and he can switch to those.
He was one of those riders in the free surf session that actually took a beating, and he hit his, I think he was the one that was duck diving and hit his hit his hip on the reef.
Oh, goodness.
And I think he hurt his knee a little bit too, and he was on crutches yesterday, so pretty interesting to see him running down to the water's edge.
Ay caramba.
After that beatdown. So will that be in the back of his mind when he goes back out and faces off with the legendary Brazilian riders, Eder Luciano and Uri Valadao, or is he going to put that in the back of his mind and say, let's go get these guys?
Let's go get 'em. Well, I think that's going to be a terrific matchup. Dino, Eder, and Uri all sharing some similarities in their riding in various techniques and in various styles. Not a complete across-the-board mirror image, obviously, but they do share some technical aspects of their riding that are similar.
Are you going to tell me what those are? Or actually tell us, myself and the viewers?
We'll get into it during the heat. I think we'll be able to experience it while watching.
Sounds like a good idea. Let's talk about this right here, live action.
Popeye looking for a section to hit on this one. He gets up and around, does a cute little Rolo before another wonderful cutout. And he's going to have to get out the back and get something more substantial. We're still hoping for scores of Miguel to compute, possibly another little scoring issue. But we do know that Nicholas Chiara is in the lead.
Wow, Mother Nature taking a little break right now as the competitors in the next heat make their way back down to the waters, or make their way down to the water's edge. There's about 3 minutes remaining, and we're still waiting scores to drop on our end as well. And we're going to give you the final results as soon as we have them in our hands. But, I mean, you can't take away the action that has been going down today from the beginning of Sunlight. It was Mike Stewart putting in some free surf time and making it look easy out here. And then you had the likes of Omri Laverne, Socrates Santana, and Jared Houston making it look incredible out there. But now we are in heat number 4 with a couple minutes remaining. Woo! It's going to be a tight one for Nicholas Chiara and Miguel Adao.
Up and riding it is our heat leader, Nicholas Chiara, stalling and hoping for something to happen later on the ride. So he'll trim for quite a while to take a lot of speed up to that section there. We see just a little bit of a up and down, almost a small roller coaster ride. And then he ends up getting out. So not a huge score that's going to be dropped, but it'll be higher than a 1 point, Manny. It's probably a 1.1, between a 1.1 and a 1.3, I'd say. Somewhere in that area. We'll get you the exact score, because I'm not a judge, Manny, at least not on the World Tour level. We do have terrific judges right next to us. They're working hard and up and riding, but quickly out of that wave, so not actually even a ride there for Miguel Adao, just a strong paddle. He's talking about these judges who are doing a wonderful job, and they're totally skilled as well as experienced and very professional as well, Manny.
Yes, and look at this. We have a little bit of time, I think about 10 seconds remaining, and turning around, going for this one. Miguel Adao, this could be his last chance to get into that first place spot, getting a speed line. He took it pretty deep. He will have an opportunity to hit the lip if he times it right, but it looks like it's starting to move away from him, and it may peter out, and yes, it does. Miguel Adao on another wave, long, but not high scoring at all. So that is the end of heat number 4. We're going to come back with the final results. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and the action is nonstop here at Flopos for the Arica Chilean Challenge, and it's nonstop action.
It's not stopping, and we can't do anything to make it stop until the conditions, deteriorate, and then we're going to call it off for the day. But until then, we're going to keep bringing you the nonstop action, heat after heat. This is men's round 1. We're now into heat number 5.
2 Brazilians going against another rider,
Dino from Portugal.
Yes, so it's going to be amazing. Let's not waste any time. Let's get in there. Let's get into the action. Heat number 5. So the 2 high-flying acrobatics of Eder Luciano in red and Uri Valadao in yellow. Both of these guys are going to be very explosive and very fun to watch. Dino Camao from Portugal in the blue jersey, definitely someone to watch as well. So it's going to be a fun one.
Certainly is. Dino hopefully healing up after a small bump in with the reef from what Manny told me. Don't hold us to that information, but seems like this bottom contours of this incredible venue has been, pretty intense for most of the riders. If they haven't done it yet this year, and it hasn't happened in the past, if they're coming back, it'll happen in the future, and that's contact with this reef. It's happened to pretty much every rider who's come here for a few years. They've hit the reef, and sometimes it's on their very first session.
Have you hit the reef? That's the question.
Plenty of times have I hit the reef out here. My first session here this year, I hit the reef. I had to put my hand down so my face didn't contact it.
Oh, my God.
Luckily, my hand stayed in one piece, and also my face.
Oh.
But I have hit my face here very hard.
I think I was here for that.
Luckily, no teeth, no nose broken, no stitches needed, but a solid hit. Probably the hardest I've ever been hit in the face was out here at Flopos.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
No, is that why your face the way it is?
That's why my face and even my hair that's unkempt, Manny. That's why I look so terrible.
I'm just joking with you. But no, this reef is definitely dangerous, and it's something that is in the back of the rider's mind. And it's going to be very interesting on how the Bro Juniors attack it and how the women's attack this wave, knowing that there's a possibility of getting hurt if drawing the wrong line or hitting the wave wrong, or it's just going to be very interesting as we move forward through the event. Current situation is out in the water. We have heat number 5 is about to begin, and you can hear the horn in the background. It is on. Eder Luciano in red, Uri Valadao in yellow, and it is Dino Camao in the blue jersey. Again, round number 3, round number 1 of the main event is a non-elimination round, which means you are going to see all these riders once again. But first place is going to go straight into round number 3, bypassing round number 2. Second and third, they're going to be going into round number 2 and battle it out for those very elusive spots in round number 3. So there you have it, 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves will be scored. The highest scores, the sum of those 2 scores,
we'll move them on if they're in the first place position, and if not, you're going to move into round 2. Like we mentioned, there's a priority system being used out in the water, and what that means is the guy who's been waiting the longest gets first choice, but right now no waves have been ridden yet for the 3 riders. They all are sharing priority, so there will be a good old-fashioned situation with positioning when it comes down to when the first wave comes in. Whoever's deeper on the peak or further outside and begins momentum first will be deemed to have possession of the wave, as long as they're traveling in the direction that the wave is deemed to be more like the majority of the wave is going. It's dominant. Sorry, dominant is the word I was looking for.
looks like there's a call to the port to all the fishermen saying, hey, the fish are running over here, get over here ASAP. So it looks like the fishermen are heading out to the ocean to grab some grub.
Indeed they are. The birds will certainly be following them to grab some grub as well.
All right, looks like a little slow start, but don't be surprised if a set rolls in and there is a three-way wave exchange. Nicholas Chiata almost losing his step going up the stairs, but he's all right. He's stoked.
He'll be setting up and getting ready for a post-heat interview with terrific Begonia. We'll get you that as soon as that gets lined up. But the winner of the last heat, moving on into round 3, Nicholas Chiata, he's got to be stoked. The lone Argentinian, I feel, at this point in the draw is Nicholas Chiata.
Look at that wave coming in. It's a smaller wave, no takers, but jeez. If that was in your backyard, would you be going on that? Of course.
Of course.
That's the beauty about Flopos here on Scorpion Island, just outside of Arica. Even on the small days, it's perfect. Little A-frames just coming in.
Just a gorgeous place, and it rarely gets smaller than head high out here, Manny. So we're going to probably have terrific conditions for the entire event, fingers crossed, and as long as we get glassy mornings, which is pretty much a standard here, it's almost more consistent than the wave size, is that those glassy mornings, we're going to do our best to run as far into the afternoon as we can, probably stopping somewhere around between noon and 2 on the average, and we're still waiting for some cool waves out the back.
All right, looks like we have the winner of the last heat with Begonia. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Nico, you are the solo competitor, the only competitor from Argentina here in the World Tour, and we saw you with amazing barrels. What can you tell us about that? Te vimos, eres el único competidor argentino que está ahora en el Tour Mundial y aquí obviamente, y bueno, te vimos surfeando increíble con unos tubazos. Cuéntanos un poco de eso.
Bueno, sí, ahora soy el único argentino que estoy compitiendo, pero no el único argentino con nivel, ya que hay más de otros 10 argentinos con nivel, pero que no pueden, debido a los sponsors, poder estar aquí. Pero ojalá que la motivación de los buenos resultados den que muchos más chicos de ahora en adelante de Argentina se animen a venir a estas etapas y demostrar el nivel de Argentina, que es altísimo.
Excelente. Well, he says yes, he's the only Argentinian competitor here, but there's plenty of other very good riders that for lack of phones cannot attend this contest, but they're actually hoping to. Acerca de tu hit, cuéntanos un poco acerca de los tubos, cómo se vio eso por dentro, cuál es tu estrategia de ahora en adelante para las próximas mangas.
Bueno, adentro se veía muy bueno, pero hay veces que la ola parece que va a estar increíble y al final va muy rápida o a veces no se te cuadra como uno quiere. Esta vez las olas quisieron, otros años corrí igual que ahora, pero no tuve la oportunidad de quedar en las finales. Pero bueno, espero que se me siga dando y poder llegar lo más alto posible.
Well, he said it was a little bit tricky out there. It looks very good and it looks very perfect. And some waves inside looks very perfect, but actually they're tricky. But this time he has luck. He feels he has surfed very good in previous years, but this year he feels it was a matter of luck. So congratulations, Nico, and we're sure we're going to see you back here soon. Back to you guys.
Right on, Nicholas Chiata, another South American with a smile on his face almost constantly, has a very infectious chuckle that's coming out of his mouth almost every other word. Sometimes his sentences get elongated because he's laughing his way through it with such good vibes. Great to have that Argentinian who's just living the dream. He was in Tahiti, he was in Brazil, he travels the world, and he's bringing bodyboarding with him everywhere he goes, representing Argentina very well.
Yeah, I was very fortunate enough to spend time with him and his lady in Tahiti. Good people, and it's good. We're going to see him again in round number 3. Look at this. Nice clean barrel. It gets a little deeper, was able to maneuver and get his line a little slower.
Dino going for it, rolling off the end. Now out the back, we have our rider in yellow with another barrel before an aggressive dive off. That was Uri Valadeau. Out the back, leaving Eder with priority. The high-flying Brazilian, but Uri is also the high-flying Brazilian. They've kind of been sharing that nickname ever since Eder's come onto the world stage, but it was Udi Valadao who's established himself as such. So initial wave exchange there from Dino and Udi.
Here's another look at what went down. And it was Eder Luciano getting a nice deep barrel and is able to find the exit right before it shut down on him, and he cut out of there. And this was the wave exchange during the interview. And here is the rider in blue trying to punch through this end section. Again, deep barrels, solid waves. That was Dino Camo.
Dino with an aggressive cutout, man. It was so shallow there. I almost thought I saw a rock right underneath him as he went, but live action, up and riding Eder Luciano, hoping for something and dives out. No opportunity there, and that's all she wrote.
Eder Luciano and Udi Valadao
taking on the Portuguese from Nazaré, Dino Carmo.
Pretty good contingent of Portuguese riders in this event.
Oh, definitely.
We have Miguel Adao, Teresa Almeida will represent in the women's division.
Antonio Cardoso.
Yep. Manuel Centeno, he actually headed home. I think he had some business to take care of.
So maybe
Do I
he's
stand corrected?
not in this event. Is he in the event?
And yeah, I mean, look at these lines coming in out the back. Oh my goodness, who is going to be in position? It's all about positioning. Where are you situated when the sets come in? Are you in the right spot? And do you have priority? Turning around, no takers. Look at that left just peeling on the inside.
Even that right-hander may have had a ramp on it.
Oh my goodness.
So
It's
we've
still
got
glassy.
a terrific venue. The beach crowd is starting to conglomerate outside, and quite a festival-like atmosphere.
It's crazy
here
out
on Ex Isla Alacran. Everybody's getting juiced up off that 360 energy drink.
Yes. Maybe we should get some in here, liven up the broadcast a little bit.
I'll work on that during my next break because we're going to have Ian Campbell coming in for a couple heats. He's coming in for Heat 6. In the next heat is going to be Alan Munoz, Nelson Flores, and Yoni Aguirre. But on that one, short ride for Udi Valadao.
So, yes, the Arica Chilean Challenge brought to you by Ilustre, Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and presented by Erizos.
As well as Universidad de Tarapacá, Aguacielo, that 360 psych your brain up energy drink, Panamericana Hotel, FM OK, and Hertz. Thank you to all those coming together to make this event possible. Tomate for playing his role in organizing the event. You know, one person who's probably working harder than anyone else on the staff, Alex Leon has been pretty much full throttle, and he was working hard in Brazil, but he is really putting the pedal to the metal to make sure this South American leg finishes off successfully. The CEO of the APB, Alex Leon, wearing many hats and just really doing an incredible job. So we definitely want to extend a thank you to everybody who's working to make this event a reality.
That's right. Hands down to Alex Leon for putting it all together and making it happen here in Arica. Again, if you ever could take time off and go on a bodyboard adventure and take in an APB World Tour spot, this is probably one of those spots you may want to consider.
So I would say certainly if you want to compete in an APB World Tour event, whether you're a a female competitor, or a junior, showing up to some venues, there's no guarantee of waves. And even though there's no guarantee of waves here, Manny, there's a stronger chance, I'd say.
Bingo.
Very consistent and a very intense wave. So if you're really thinking about pushing yourself, you're riding your competitive prowess, or even if you just want to come and be a part of the atmosphere but also ride some really great waves, and just be a part of a terrific new culture, I'd say, yeah, notch that on your list of places to go. Arica in the north of Chile. Just a terrific place, and this is the venue for the 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge.
Nelson Flores making his way down to the water's edge. He's going to be joined by Alan Munoz and Yoni Igire, an all-Chile event coming up next for heat number 6. Now look at this, out the back. Who is in position? No takers again. Look at that wave, another wave going unridden. Is anybody going to take this? That is the question. Turning around, taking a look. Yes, it is. I believe that's Uri Valadao.
I believe it is, and he's trimming
really high, getting as much speed as he can. Oh my gosh, hold your breath. Oh my goodness. One of the most difficult maneuvers you can do, and he did it flawlessly. Uri Valadao, I did not expect that. I expected a big giant back, but here he is, perfect.
He kept
air
going.
forward.
He might have continued to do maneuvers. He went so far on the inside, but like you're saying, Manny, terrific air forward maneuver from Uri Valadao. He trimmed with so much speed down the line, got projected up into the air, did a forward 360 in the air before coming back down to the wave face, and then on the wave face, he did another forward 360. So forward air to forward 360, great way to kind of put himself back in this heat because it is Eder Luciano with a 7.25, Dino with a pair of 5s, and Uri Valadao needs a score here if he wants to start notching his way back into this heat. This actually could be enough to put him into that first place position, and it is 8.65.
Wow, incredible wave right there for Uri Valadao. Now in that first place spot. Again, this is round number 3. You're going to see all these riders again, either in round number 2 or round number 3. The winner in this heat, round number 1, will go straight into round number 3. Right now, Uri Valadao is looking really good.
He certainly is, but Eder Luciano also has a solid score under his belt, 7.25, looking to back that up. Here he is taking a look at that right-hander and doesn't see what he wants, so he opts out. Let's check a look at this replay. Manny, Uri Valadao coming around the section.
Eder Luciano actually drawing a high line again, cuts out of there. Just there was nothing there for Eder Luciano, so he's heading back out. Eder Luciano, he's got a couple good. He's got one solid score, 7.25. Uri Valadao 8.65, and Dino's high scoring wave is a 5.75. So now I think it comes down to that second high scoring wave. Taking a look at this one, Eder Luciano on the left.
Tucks in under the barrel. He's coming out of a long tube ride. Nice roll at the end, and there it is. Hey, guys, that just happened.
Eder Luciano with a deep barrel and a nice clean roll at the end, and a claim, horizontal claim as he exits the wave. That's an HC.
Love those horizontal claims for sure. So terrific ride for Eder Luciano to clamber his way back above our current heat leader. Before that wave was Uri Valadao, and Dino taking just a little break during the middle of this heat, hoping to get a little something more substantial on his scorecard. He's got a couple of 5s, so he's been surfing well. He's been surfing consistent. Now he needs to notch it up because the riders from Brazil have been pulling out some pretty solid scores.
Cargo ships still standing by on the outside, waiting to pull into port and drop off the goods that have come from around the world. Fishermen's making their way in here in Arica, one of the most biggest ports in Chile. The gateway to Bolivia, up and over the high mountains here in Ataca.
So if he gets a 5.25, he could move into first position. Dino Carmo, he needs 8.15. So waiting for that to go down. And we are very excited to continue to bring you the action. Right now it is heat number 5. We're going to continue through at least a few more heats because the conditions still look really glassy. We're seeing some high scores still being notched in. So let's continue to see what goes down.
So we appreciate your patience tuning in live here to the Arica Chilean Challenge. As we mentioned, there's a slight technical problem with our scoring system, and we're going to get that uploaded and showcased for you. Believe me, it will be ready to go no matter what tomorrow. If not, somebody will be getting the pink slip, that's for sure. But I think we have it dialed in, and we'll be able to take care of that. And we're doing our best here, and we appreciate you staying tuned in. We are giving you the scores as they come down into our hands. And, I mean, you can't take away from the incredible action that's going down.
Yeah, you can't. And it's amazing. And, boy, that heat of Jared Houston and Mike Stewart, as well as Eric Gomez, Manny, how was that?
Oh, my goodness. That was definitely Eric Gomez's one of his most memorable bodyboarding experience for sure. But I'm sure he has a ton of them. Look at it. Up and riding, we have Uri Valadao.
He's deep. He's getting shacked, Manny, and he comes out. He has a little look at the judge tower. Now we got a ride from Dino. He's under the lip.
Oh,
and he
my
scoops
goodness.
in. He's a bit too deep. Doesn't get the projection off the bottom turn that he needed, but a cute air drop from him as well. And now let's see if out the back, continuing in that wave exchange, if Eder's going to take a bite. So with only a 5.25 needed for Uri Valadao to move ahead of Eder, I'm wondering if that barrel's going to do it. Tell you one thing, it was a killer barrel, but it wasn't a long one. He was deep, but he didn't stay in very long. But when he came out, he was excited.
Yeah, I mean, the judges are looking for those deep barrels, big flying maneuvers, and that thing came in at a 6.75, and they are happy with that. Sorry, 7.65. A little dyslexia going on right there for Manny V. But yes, a 7.65 for that wave from Uri Valadao.
That's enough to put him well ahead of the field. Luciano now needs a 9 to lead this heat. Uri Valadao showing his experience. He's been competing here, Manny, for at least 8 years. He's had solid results, quarterfinals, I think even a semi or two, and he is moving on through probably into round 3. We'll wait and see because there's still time in this heat for Eder and or Dino to catch up, but it's not much.
And that's the thing. It comes down to the wire. When you're down to the last few minutes, everything could change in the snap of a finger. And we've seen it many times before, especially in Brazil where, I mean, a ton of heats were determined in those last 3 minutes of a heat. So no way should the competitors drop their guard and not stop going 100%.
So true. With not much left, it has been Uri Valadao dominating this heat. Eder Luciano surfing very well, and Dino having a good heat as well, but more in the average range. So a very tiered heat we have here. Uri with the high scores, Eder with good scores, Dino with average scores. So this has been a very plain and simple heat thus far, but still anyone's game, as we do see our rider in yellow. I believe it's our heat leader. Looking for a section and dives out the back. Eder Luciano lets Dino go on this one. Doesn't see what he wants, but Dino's up and riding. He's stalling, hoping for a barrel, and he gets out. Good choice for Eder not to go on that wave. I do believe he had priority. And so with just a little bit left on the clock,
3 minutes and 50 seconds is what's left in this heat. And yeah, I'm still waiting for those giant moves from both of the Brazilians that are, you know, they get 2-3 feet above the water as they're doing their backflips and ARSs. And it's a matter of wave selection. If the wave delivers the good, they're going to deliver those big moves. And that, we still have time to do that. We're at the 3 minute and 20 second mark, counting down the end of this heat. And I'll keep saying it. This is a non-elimination round. Today, you're going to see the riders go out for the first time. The winner in these heats will go into round number 3. Second and third will go into round number 2 and battle it out for those empty slots in round number 3. So definitely an advantage of winning this heat. You get to take a small little break and wait for round number 3 to begin.
Exactly right. But if you do get to
here with Ian Campbell, a South African, showing a great performance in Brazil. Now we have him in the hot seat. Hi.
How's it? How
Pretty good. How you doing? Let me adjust
well,
this there just a little bit so they can see your
There we
happy
go.
smile. All right, so we are in heat number 6 of the main event, round number 1 for the men's. I'm going to sit down, talk to Ian about the heat out in the water, so let's get into the action. Let's do it, yeah. All right. So, Ian, you've had a couple of free surf sessions out there so far. Give us your first-hand take on this incredible wave.
Yeah, I mean, we've just seen a couple good heats from the boys out there, and I mean, I don't know, you guys are definitely watching Jared's heat, and he absolutely tore it apart. So, yeah, man, I mean, the conditions are really good today, and we've seen some good riding so far, and I think it's just going to keep getting better and better. I mean, this heat we've got Alan Munoz and Nelson Flores, 2 local Chilean guys. I mean, we've seen Alan over the years really rip it up here, so again, this could be another one of those high-flying heats for sure.
And the Peruvian, Johnny Aguirre, I correct myself. I said it was an all-Chilean affair, but no. The Peruvian is going to go in full charge to try to make it out of this heat. But this is a non-elimination round, so everybody's going to make it out. First place is going to go into round number 3. These are 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored, and the sum of those 2 waves, high-scoring waves, will be your score. Of course, the highest score will be the winner in the heat. There is a priority system in place, which means as soon as the first waves are caught from each of the players, each of the riders, I'll tell you why I say players in a second, and then a priority system will begin. If the first person catches the wave, he goes to the end of the line. Next person catches the wave, he goes to the end of the line, and that's how the priority system works here in main event round number 1. So, Ian, your heat is coming up later today in Heat 12. Sergio Luis, the Brazilian, and Sebastian Kreft, the Chilean. How are you feeling for that one?
Yeah, I mean, none of the heats out here are going to be easy. I mean, these guys, everyone's ripping. We saw in the last contest, I mean, Alex Uranga really, he surfed so well the entire heat, like the entire contest, sorry. And yeah, I mean, you can't really count anyone out, Manny. It's always going to be tough out here. I mean, the barrels are always going to be good, and the guys are always going to be ripping. So that's just go out there with a full force and just lay down some moves for sure.
Well, tell us how much power this wave has, and how dangerous that reef is to not only you but the rest of the competitors who are going big.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the things you have to consider. I mean, I think I've hit it every single year that I've been here.
Oh,
so
no.
Yeah, so I mean, that's the kind of thing that you got to watch out for. But I mean, we've seen so many guys already hit the reef. One of the Portuguese guys that's actually in this heat now, Dino Karma, he hit the reef the other day pretty bad on his knee, and we've seen Tristan Roberts also hurt himself a little bit. So yeah, I mean, the guys we're taking the beatings out here for sure, but it's definitely worth it because I mean, the wave is pumping, and we can see it today. I mean, we've had some sick rides, and yeah, the power behind the wave. I mean, everyone, we've watched the heats now, and you've seen, like, sometimes the guys just can't get over the foam ball, and they actually get really caught up inside. And I mean, who knows what happens under the water, but these guys are really, they're pushing the levels, and I mean, these waves the reef's not soft, let's put it that way.
You're looking at the screen right now, as well as the viewers. Where on this screen is the one place you do not want to be when the sets start rolling in?
Definitely, it was on that inside right-hand corner of the screen. I mean, when you get to that point, it pretty much goes dry, and that's the end of the left, which it's pretty dangerous at times. But I mean, most of the guys can negotiate that and kind of get out just before it or ride over it. So, looking at the screen now, it'll be on the right of the screen and that end section on the left.
But that's where a lot of the waves are finishing, and a lot of people are going for big moves.
Yeah, that's it exactly. I mean, these guys are really pushing the limits. I mean, it's, as I said before, that reef's definitely not soft, and these guys are really just pushing all levels harder and harder every time. So really sick to see.
All right, we are slowly getting this heat underway. Only one wave has been ridden so far, and it is Nelson Flores in the yellow jersey who's caught a wave. A 4.75 is what he has so far. 19 minutes remaining in this heat. Oh, yes, so Alan Munoz, again, in the red jersey. Nelson Flores in the yellow jersey, and Yoni Aguirre in the blue jersey. What do you know about these guys?
Well, I mean, we've seen Alan over the years really produce some crazy performances here at Arica. I mean, over the years we've seen him just boosting everything and anything. Like, he really just, he's not fearful at all here, so which is really sick. Nelson Flores and Yoni, I'm not too sure about them, Manny. I'm not too clued up on those guys, but I know the Chileans, they've really taken it leaps and bounds, and over the last couple of years we've seen them coming out, so these guys will definitely put on a show. I mean, it's a little bit slow at the moment, but we've still got 18 minutes to go, and that's plenty of time for them to throw down.
All right, looks like we have a little bit of action coming in out the back. If no, we don't have any takers. It looks like their interview is ready, but hold on. We got live action dropping in on this one. Oh, in a deep hit, comes out of there clean. Oh, my goodness, going for a big air maneuver, and right what you talked about is the shallow, dry reef right there. It is the Peruvian answering back right here, Nelson Flores.
Yeah, Nelson just driving, just waiting for that pit, kind of sitting on the foam ball, and it just pushes him out, and he's back on the dry reef again.
And here's the wave exchange going in, red dropping in. Alan Munoz tucks under the barrel, finds an opening, but goes back into the barrel, and that is the part that is shut down on him, and he wasn't able to keep his speed and keep his line. You can see him paddling back out to regain priority. If he gets out before any of the other two riders, he will get priority, and you can see yellow down on the shoulder, trying to go for that priority too. Between these two, whoever gets out to the outside lineup first will have priority. And look at them. You can see them paddling right now, and how much energy are they expending right now?
Well, I mean, both of those guys have just come off pretty good rides, so to get back into that and paddle back out there, I mean, that's why we do the fitness training, and that's why you do your cardio work and everything like that, so to get back out there. And I mean, that's like a prime reason for doing that is to race back out there. So yeah, those guys really showing their strengths. Yeah, I'm
going to talk to you about what your training regimen is all about. We have Begonia downstairs with the winner of the last heat. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Uri, what an stunning performance you did out there. Oh my God, that wave, that forward spin you did on the right, and that amazing barrel. I think everybody loved it. Qué increíble tu performance allá afuera. ¿Qué nos puedes contar acerca de esas dos olas que te llevaron a ganar este hit?
Sí, estou muito contento. Me gusta muito vir para cá. Arica sempre olas grandes, olas buenas, e é incrível. Agora estou muito feliz por estar na próxima ronda. A primeira manga é sempre como mais nervoso, assim, muita ansiedade para entrar na água, mas agora mais relajado, mais tranquilo, e espero desfrutar pouco mais nas próximas mangas.
Well, he's saying he's very happy because he loves to come here. Arica is always delivering very good waves, and yeah, at first he was a little bit anxious and a little scared, but now he's very confident and very happy. Una estrategia que vayas a tener ahora para las próximas mangas?
É tentar entrar mais relajado e manobrar mais, a ser sempre as manobras mais altas, porque creio que não vai estar tão grande, vai estar mais ou menos assim na competência, então é bom para manobrar e aí tubos para combinadas com boas manobras também. E queria mandar um saludo, obrigado a todos do Brasil que estão torcendo. Valeu, galera, vamos com tudo para a próxima.
Also, his next strategy will be take advantage of that the waves are going to be small, and it's perfect to do crazy aerial maneuvers. So, Uri, congratulations, and we're sure going to see you back here soon. Back to you guys.
So, the very super stoked Brazilian, Uri Valadão, going straight into round number 3 for winning that heat 5 in round number 1. Out in the water, we have heat number 6 currently leading the charge. It is Nelson Flores in the yellow jersey with 2 waves under his scorecard. Alan Munoz in third with a 1.5, and Uri Valadao. This place is amazing. I mean, you've been here before.
Yeah, this is my 3rd year here, so.
I'll come back. Look at this. Split peak.
Now we're watching, this is Yoni here on the right. Unfortunately, just getting a little bit caught up there. I mean, that right we've seen in the past kind of hold open a little bit, but this year it just seems to be shutting down a bit, Manny.
Oh, my gosh. So, yeah, that thing shut down for Aguirre in the blue jersey. And hopefully we'll take a look at the split peak on the left. But look at these lines coming in out on the outside. Still glassy, incredible conditions here at Flopos on Scorpion Island. But how amazing are the fans?
Oh, this is literally the best place to travel. I mean,
yes.
I've never seen so many people so amped on bodyboarding. I mean, this is yeah, definitely the best destination for the bodyboarders. I mean, we got kids running around here with posters, getting you to sign everything, guys throwing fins at you to sign and hats. Yeah, it's just so sick to see. I mean, everyone wants photos, and it's just a really rad time for all of us, for sure.
Yeah, I threw it out there to the viewers. Oh, fellow South African Tristan Roberts making his way down to the beach. That's my horrible, horrible South African accent attempt.
Yeah.
But have you been spending much time with him, or is he cruising with his mom? I know his mom's in town too.
Yeah, Sharon's here with Tristan, and yeah, we've been spending a lot of time together. We're all staying at Casa Beltran, which is kind of the regular for us now, and yeah, we just really get looked after there. And yeah, Tristan hurt his back the other day, and I kind of decided that instead of keep free surfing, I'd rather just go in and check on him and make sure he's all right. So I went home with him, and yeah, he seems to be making a good recovery. Said he's a little bit stiff still, but I'm sure he's not going to hesitate to throw down a couple moves in this next heat for sure.
What happened to him?
He was trying to get out, and he saw Jacob paddling through the center of the impact zone, and he thought, oh, if Jacob can do it, I can do it. And he started paddling after Jacob and kind of got a little bit caught up. As you see this replay from Alan, yeah, he's just kind of trying to find that barrel, but then again on that inside, it's just kind of pinching a little bit, Manny. I think the smaller ones maybe are doing that.
Yeah, plus the tide's changing, the tide's dropping actually, and so you're going to get a little bit more chop coming off the rocks. So it's going to be all about negotiation and finding that perfect line. But hopefully Tristan is, you know, like you said, he's going to throw down, and hopefully he stays healthy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, he just got caught on the inside and tried to duck dive about the third wave of the set, and I mean that day was pretty big. And as he was going down underwater, I think the foam hit the front of his board and pushed him right over, and he just literally landed on his back on the reef on the shallow shelf. So, I mean, these things happen here, Manny. I mean, we've seen it over the years, and yeah, as we see another rider on this right with a nice big roll there.
Johnny Aguirre, the Peruvian in the dark jersey. It's a blue jersey, but once it touches the water, it turns black.
Yeah.
But it's the only dark color out there, so we're just going to keep saying blue because it is blue. But that was Johnny Aguirre, again, not finding what he was looking for on that right-hand wave. But the waves are still pumping.
Yeah, I mean, over the years we've seen a couple windy sections, as we see Alan again here finding a little bit better one.
Oh my goodness.
That was very sick.
The crowd erupts on the beach right here. They could not believe he came in out of that deep section. But that's what this wave offers. If you get that solid wave and draw your perfect line, you can come out of pretty much almost anything if the wave permits once it hits the channel.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, sitting on that foam ball at the back there, it kind of like just gives you enough speed, and it really does push a lot of power out, and then you end up just coming flying out of that pit, which is so sick.
Yeah. What's your favorite wave so far? Do you remember your best wave so far surfing here? This trip?
No, not really. I mean, I only really surfed the one day. I took a little bit of a break. I wasn't feeling too good, so I'd rather just stay out the water for a bit and just prepare myself a little bit better for the contest. So, I mean, I think I got about 3 waves that morning that Tristan got hurt. So, yeah, just kind of been watching a lot and trying to focus and doing some yoga and some preparation for that. So, feeling good though.
What changes have you done to your quiver? Do you use the same board as Brazil, or are you changing wetsuits? What are you doing different from Brazil?
Yeah, I've changed my board a little bit. I've gone with another a board from the GT range, which is called the Fire Dragon. It's got a little bit narrow rails, which allows for a little bit more speed when you're coming into the barrels, and I just feel for this place it's what you need, really.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if camera 2 was falling asleep, but luckily Yanni Aguirre came into frame as he came out of that barrel. Yellow dropping way deep. Can he find that speed line? I think it was too deep for the rider in yellow. Oh, my goodness. Nelson Flores really deep, but look at this. Wave exchange going down. Alan Munoz.
Alan, yeah, he's looking for that section. You can see he's just trying to eye it out and throws the backflip. Very sick from Alan. I mean, yeah, that was a really sick wave from Alan. I mean, you could see from the start he was really looking at, like, eyeing out that end bowl, and I mean, he just flew into it, and nice sick backflip. I mean, I'm sure that'll throw down a good score for him.
Solid wave exchange from all three riders. Unfortunately, Nelson Flores could not get out of that deep barrel, but wow, Yanni Aguirre. Tell the truth, I don't know how far deep he was, but we need to get camera 2 a cup of coffee down there.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, but that was a sick exchange from all three riders. So as soon as we get the scores, and we'll be able to see exactly how he did, and if he did really get very deep on that one.
All right, you know what? Let's bring everybody up to speed right now as we pull up the scores. Again, thank you all for tuning in and being patient with us as far as the scoring system is concerned. We're doing everything to get that dialed in for the next 8 or 9 days of competition. There's so many days because we're cutting the days in half. The conditions here at Flopos, they change pretty much on the dime around 1 or 2 o'clock where it just turns onshore. So we have the fortunate pleasure of being able to run it the next day because we know there's waves up and riding.
Yeah, this is rider in blue. Yoni. Oh
no.
Just not getting enough of that lip and not being able to throw himself into the flats. But here we have Nelson Flores on this next one.
Nelson, bottom turn, nice clean stall, little check turn, and he comes out of that clean. Oh, a beautiful roll. He's not done yet. Pulls into the inside barrel and just loses his rail. Too steep to hold on to that last section. And then Alan Munoz.
Alan he holds that line so well and just trying to get through that pit. And
wow.
Another beautiful roll from Alan. So another good exchange from these guys. I mean, they just seem to be going wave after wave after wave.
It's 3 waves per set, and all of them are taking turns, and that's pretty epic to watch. As soon as the set rolls in, we get to see each one of these riders do what they do best. And who do you got your hands on with? Who do you got your money on that last wave exchange?
Wow, I don't know. I might go with Alan. I mean, he got a really sick barrel from the start, and he was kind of racing through it, and really clean roll off the end section. And unfortunately, Nelson, I think if he had just maybe landed that roll and then ridden through the barrel, I think he would have got a pretty good score at getting 2 barrels and a roll on 1 wave. I mean, judges would have really loved that.
Yeah, I think I'm right there with you on that call. But again, let's bring you up to speed. Scores are actually still dropping for those last wave exchange. We're around the 6-minute mark here in heat number 6, round number 1 in the men's main event. Alan Munoz scores are still dropping down, but Nelson Flores, oh my goodness, scores are still dropping. I see a couple 9s on his, and there's some of the competitors. Oh, I see Sebastian Kreft back there. Jacob Romero, fellow South African as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was Jared and Tristan's mom, Sharon. I mean, I'm sure they're sitting there getting ready for Tristan and Tanner's heat, and he's going to go up against Kevin from the Canary Islands, and that's going to be a really exciting heat to watch, the next one, Manny.
Yes. All right, here we go. Scores are finally dropped. Alan Munoz, 6.75. Nelson Flores, 8.75. The judges like that one better. So, and the Peruvian score dropped in at a 7.0. So that is going to make Alan Munoz stay on top. Nelson Flores in second, and Yanni Aguirre is going to hold steady in that 3rd place spot. And again, this is a non-elimination round, and I am drooling right now because David Hubbard just walked in with a nice hot cup of boiling coffee.
Come on, David.
Delicious.
That was very nice, huh?
Wow, look at the ocean. Looks like a lake right now, but that's only for this moment, as we've seen some incredible wave exchanges. Let's take another look at some of the waves that just came through.
This is the blue rider. See again, man, he just didn't get enough of that lip, and unfortunately just getting kind of thrown off the back there a little bit. But here was that 8.75 from Nelson Flores. I mean, he gets really deep in that, and he comes out of that. Oh, yeah, that was a really nice roll, and then fortunately just getting a little bit clipped there on the inside. But as we're watching Alan on that third wave of the heat of that exchange, and kind of just didn't really get into it deep enough, I don't think.
No. Lucky he did that big roll, though, or he wouldn't have got it scored as high. But incredible wave exchange right there from the riders in heat number 6. So far, so good for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing the whole day. I mean, there's been some pumping waves around, and these guys really haven't hesitated to kind of join in on the fun and get the scores. I mean, we've seen a couple 7s drop in this heat and an 8. So, I mean, the scores are still out there and the guys are still riding really well. So I can see a lot more action coming up for sure.
Did you happen to see the Mike Stewart, Jared Houston, Eric Gomez heat?
I did watch that. That was one for the books for sure. I reckon for a round 1 heat, that's definitely one to be remembered.
Yes, Eric Gomez has that locked into his memory banks for sure. So we got a little bit more time in this heat number 6. Ian's going to hang out for heat number 7, and David Hubbard will be commentating with Tanner McDaniel, Tristan Roberts, and Kevin Orihuela. That is going to be a very, very exciting heat. If you want to take another break, please, David, by all means. No, I'm just joking. I know you want to get in here to commentate the Super Groms. Tanner McDaniel and Tristan Roberts, they're coming up next, along with the Canary Island rider from the trials, Kevin Orihuela. That's coming up next, but currently out in the water. On my timer, it looks like 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, let's take a look. What do they need to get into that first place spot?
Well, I mean, we see Alan Munoz in the lead. He's got a 6.75 and a 7.79, so he's sitting pretty good, but Nelson Flores only needs a 5.9 to take the lead. He's got that 8.75 and a 5.15, which he'll probably look to drop if he can. And yeah, we see Yoni. He needs 7.66 to advance into the lead and move into that round 3, which I'm sure you guys have spoken about before. And just to get into the second, he needs a 6.91. He's got a 7 and a 5.75. So, I mean, these guys they're putting down the moves and they're getting rewarded for them for sure.
Yes, this is a non-elimination round again. All these riders you're going to see again. The winner of this heat goes straight into round number 3, and second and third go into round number 2. Oh my gosh! Look at the conditions. It's here in Arica. It is 12 p.m. and 11 minutes, and it's still glassy and it's still pumping, and it's like this every day of the year. Okay, yeah. I'm not sure of the year, but chances are really high it'll be like this tomorrow as well.
Well, I was talking to one of the locals earlier today, and he says that Arica, and especially this way, Flopos, it just pumps every single day of the year. I mean, I've heard it before, and I was never really sure, but definitely hearing it from the locals and these guys, I mean, they hear all year round riding this wave, and they say it's probably one of the most consistent waves around here for sure.
Taking a look out the back, dropping in, taking a look on this left hand. Yes, over there, up and riding. He gets into the barrel. Can he come out? Yes, he comes out. Looks for a lip maneuver, but he forced that when there was nothing there, and he did not pull it off. But drop it in, yellow. Oh, my goodness. Nelson Flores.
Yeah, there he goes again. I mean, he's getting really deep behind that. And unfortunately, just getting a little unstuck there at the top. But I'm sure, I don't know if that'll get the score, Manny. He only needed a 5.9, but that brings the end of the heat. And, yeah, we'll just see if those scores come through and he's made.
All right, so that was the end of heat number 6. We're going to get you the official results once we come back after this commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
welcome back. Thanks everybody for joining us. Dave Hubbard here with Ian Campbell from South Africa. Great to have you.
Yeah, thanks
here
for
in the
having me.
booth. We've got a great heat on our hands, the Young Guns.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen Tristan kind of get a little bit unfortunate and hit the reef the other day, but Tanner McDaniel definitely going to throw down here. I mean, I think this is about his 4th year here, so this should be action-packed. And Kevin coming from the Canaries, you can never count him out.
So I think we got a great action-packed heat with the Young Guns. Let's go to the water and see what's going to happen. 'Cause this is going to be awesome. All right. As we've been talking about these Young Guns, tell us a little bit more about Tristan's road to be here. He's graduated from high school and now he's competing on the World Tour.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Tristan at a couple contests over the years. I mean, he's been at Portugal, and he was in the Canaries in 2012, and he is I think it was about the 2014 we went to World Games, and he won the men's division. So, I mean, Tristan's also pretty experienced on the world tour level, as we see these riders: Tanner McDaniel from Hawaii, Tristan Roberts from South Africa, and Kevin Ohiahule from the Canaries.
So this will be a great heat. All these Young Guns, for sure we're watching that matchup between Jared Houston, Mike Stewart, and Eric Gomez. So I'm sure they're aware that big scores are possible. Let's take a look at one of our first rides here. Oh, Tanner McDaniel's deep on this wave, just gets a little bit behind that section. We got a taker here. Looks like Kevin.
That's Kevin just sliding into it, looking for this end section, and just throws a nice little forward. And unfortunately, I think it just got a little bit caught up in the lip there and didn't make it back down.
Oh, we might even have the third rider, Tristan Roberts, going for the gusto on this one. He got a nice barrel to start that off and pulls a nice roll there as it gets really hectic on that section. Have you had a lot of encounters at the end of there?
Not really. I mean, only on a few bigger days in the past couple of years. I kind of got a little bit caught up on that first bowl and didn't really make it out the barrel and hit the reef. So, but nothing major. Any experience from your side?
For sure. Almost countless encounters with the reef there. But what's it like cutting out there? Tell the viewers, you know, we're seeing a lot of the rides. They get ridden to the end. Sometimes they try to get a maneuver off, you know, right at the end, but it gets so bumpy and there's so much happening. It seems so shallow.
Yeah, I mean, that part of the reef gets exceptionally shallow. I mean, over the years we've seen, I think we spoke about you the other day. You hit your face there, unfortunately. And I mean, this is like, that's the part of the reef where there's the least amount of water. And we see these guys kind of getting to that section and it gets really heavy. So a lot of the guys want to throw the moves down, but with it being so heavy, it also becomes really shallow. And I mean, that's what happens with these waves. They drain all that water off the reef, and that's where the bowl ends up being, but maybe not the safest move to hit that.
Yeah, probably not, but there's a lot that does happen at the end of the wave. Like you're mentioning, it gets really shallow, starts getting bumpy because you're close to that keyhole, but at the same time, the wave is really pushing through to the channel. So a lot of the wave's momentum is pushing to that specific location. So like we saw the little air forward of Kevin, he got hung up. If he got sucked back over the falls, is he likely to contact the reef in that situation?
Oh, for sure. I mean, as you said before, that's where there's literally no water. I mean, there's a couple of holes there, so he might have got a little bit lucky, but he was bound to hit it, as we see Tanner going on this one.
He's driving deep. He's got a lot of speed. He wants to find the end section for a ramp, but just gets a little bit behind the whole thing there and dives out the back. So we're starting to see this heat take shape. It is Tristan Roberts with the only real score thus far, but Kevin is looking to get a score behind him as well. So wait for everything to really shape up. Meanwhile, Kevin.
Yeah, we see Kevin just trying to throw those legs out and slow himself down, but just going to go into a nice roll there and pull out.
So he's getting getting his campaign started with a few scores there. Pretty good call from Kevin to stay active. We've seen it be pretty inconsistent today. And what's your feeling on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit slow. We've seen a couple sets come through. I mean, there were a few sets in the heats before. I think we saw Nicholas Chiara's heat and with Magaladao and Christian Fernandez. Christian, I remember we saw some really sick riding from him. I mean, there was a big set coming through, but it kind of looks to just be slowing down a bit and not as many sets coming through at the moment.
Right. So I am getting word. Tanner McDaniel did hit his head on one of his first rides. Lifeguards checked him out, so he's okay. He's going to continue to compete through this heat, but a little shaken up. So for his last wave, he's still looking pretty aggressive, looking to hit the section. So he must still be feeling well if he's still going for it. Sometimes we'll see riders have an encounter and get a little shaken up and start getting a little timid. But Tanner McDaniel's still really going for it because, you know, depending on what happened, he might want to skip round 2 even more so after a little encounter like that.
No, for sure. I mean, yeah, it's just crazy how there's so many incidents here. And I mean, the wave is unbelievable, as we know. And yeah, these guys are just keeping on pushing these levels. I mean, they're just riding strong, and we know Tanner's, I mean, he's a Hawaiian rider. He knows what the reefs are like. So, I mean, he's just going to keep riding through this heat for sure.
So that's awesome. So a little bit of a worrisome piece of news that we're bringing to you, but the main point is that he is okay, and we continue to harp on how dangerous this wave is, but like I mentioned earlier, it can never be exaggerated, really. It can never be overhyped. This wave is super dangerous, and the risks are kind of included in the takeoff.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean,
even in the paddle out.
Yeah, yeah. You know what the risks are like when you're paddling out there, and I mean, we can never really. This wave is unbelievable, so there's no ways that you can. Oh, you see Tristan Roberts taking off on this one and just driving through that first section, looking for the second one, and just
that
doing
was
a really cool up down.
A really cool up down, just kind of a floaty little air jam thing. So the judges are going to take that into account. Degree of difficulty was there just barely. You know, it's not the most difficult maneuver to do, but the technicalness of hitting it and pulling it off was also pretty low. So I'd expect the score to also be low for that. And I think ultimately Tristan would have liked to do a much more technical, much more difficult maneuver and just didn't get the projection he was looking for. So he's going to paddle back out and get amongst it. Meanwhile, we do see some of those ribs. Sometimes it gets a little bumpy here, and we kind of see that in that set. We did hear that abbs.com/live is having the live scores up, so hopefully we've addressed that. And if you open up another window, if you're not full screen, hopefully there is a place to view the live scores for you. But tell us about the conditions, Ian, when it gets a little bit wobbly, and it can be that way like first thing when you paddle out, or it can be like that later in the day, mid-morning. It doesn't really matter. They can almost present themselves randomly at times, and you can take off on a smooth one and find yourself launching into a huge chop. So tell us about that, kind of increasing the difficulty of riding this wave.
Yeah, this wave it's quite strange because, I mean, for the viewers at home who don't really understand, every single day, regardless of the conditions, we're looking around about 2 or 3 o'clock, or even earlier on some days, that this wave turns onshore, and it's kind of gets really hard to ride. So, I mean, in the mornings you kind of expect a little bit of bump and a little bit of morning sickness, but randomly throughout the day you'll just see the wind turn a little bit, and it sends these big chops across the wave, and it makes it really difficult to ride. Again, you have those days which are just pure glass perfection, and that's, I guess, what we really look for in the waves. But again, another aspect is we got fishing boats around here, so they're going to push the wake into the waves, and I mean that also creates these ribs where sometimes you'd be riding and you might just hit them. So I mean, all these factors that you got to put into place, and I mean, the level of riding really has to be high on this wave.
Here we got Kevin Orejuela from the Canary Islands with a beautiful backflip on that opening section. Throws an extra spin there at the end. Now he's going to continue on. Hope for just a few more scoring opportunities, but a pretty good ride for Kevin there. That's going to get him back into the mix. Tanner McDaniel seems like he's being patient and still looking for a big score. Again, he had some contact with the bottom earlier in the heat. He's okay, and he's going to continue to really push through for the rest of the heat. And one thing also, while we're talking about conditions, Ian, do you think sometimes the wave comes with so much force onto the shallow shelf that there's almost like a little bit of backwash? Or sometimes when the wave barrels so hard that the shock wave pushes out the back, do you think some of those features are present here at Flopos?
I definitely think that's an aspect that we have too. I mean, as you can see in the front there's not much water on that reef, so you can see it draining off and pushing little waves out. So those in turn will gain some energy and definitely push out into the oncoming waves, and could be a way that these waves kind of build up and push through there.
One thing that we have outside of El Flopos is a huge big wave, but we'll get to that. Tristan, nice backflip from Tristan Roberts, completes it clean.
Yeah, that was really cool from Tristan. I mean, as we see Tanner McDaniel spinning into the barrel on this one.
Nice.
And then you just see him riding out on that foam and pulling off. Yeah, that was a cool wave exchange from the two of them. I mean, Tristan, we know he can throw down those backflips all the time. I mean, I've competed with him in the South African legs, and you can just see that he just throws them down. I mean, even Kevin, we watch him all the time, and these guys have just got all their moves so dialed in, and they've got them so on point. And Tanner just throwing a little bit of technical difficulty in there with just throwing that forward spin before the pit.
Right. He even mentioned that to me in a free surf earlier, that, it really takes some guts to really, you got to muster up the courage to whip a spin. We've been talking about the conditions. Sometimes it's not always clean. Sometimes there's little bumps. And so you're really committing to pulling off the maneuver. If you throw that maneuver in a critical section, if you catch any sort of little rail, you're going to get sucked over, and you're probably likely to hit the bottom. So
yeah, for sure. I mean, that's again one of these difficulties of riding this wave is those little chops, and we see Tanner just kind of getting a little bit of his confidence back, I'd say.
There he's pulling in late, takes off way behind it, even under the lip, travels for a little while but is unable to complete that ride. So another attempt from Tanner. He is going for it for sure. And also just waiting for a few scores to come in. We did see an 8.25 being dropped for Tristan on his last ride. So he's sitting in a nice situation with 14.25 points cumulative. So the two highest scores are being added together, and that comes up with a total that you use to either advance or, in this case, move on to round two. So second and third place will be moving to round two. We've already talked about first moving on into round three. You got a heat. When's yours?
I'm going to be coming up in heat 12 with Sergio Luis and Sebastian Kreff, which is not too sure if they're going to be riding that today, Dave.
Yeah, time-wise, it looks maybe just out of reach, even if the conditions stay good. We're running up until 2 p.m. if the conditions allow every day. So probably just out of reach. We're hoping to get up to maybe even heat 10 if we can. But right now out in the water it is heat 7. And we've probably gotten into the second half of the heat now. And as Ian mentioned, we are seeing the conditions slow down just a little bit, but still plenty of opportunity for big scores.
There's definitely opportunity out there. I mean, we can see these guys. I mean, they're still throwing down the 8.25 from Tristan, and there's a 7.25 from Kevin. So, I mean, the scores, they're still throwing down the good scores, Dave, and that's what it's all about. I mean, you got to kind of pick the waves that are going to give you those big scores, and you only need 2.
Yeah, that's true. And sometimes you might only need one massive score if you're able to back it up with a medium score. You might only need like one huge score. So we did see 2 huge scores being dropped by fellow countryman of yours, Jared Houston, in his heat. A heat we will likely not stop talking about anytime soon.
No, that was, I mean, yeah, I was taking some photos at the time, and we just saw him flying on every single wave. So
did you get the shot?
I definitely got the shot, yeah.
Well,
I think that's
Ian,
already been posted. So
multi-talented. It's probably already on the Facebook page. And so, yeah, what was your thought, even though you're on duty getting the shot? Were you just psyching?
Yeah, I was getting so amped up to get out there. As we see Kevin on this one, just searching for that section and just not finding it, so he's going to pull out the back. But getting back to that Jared heat, I mean, it was so sick to watch. I mean, Mark's first wave, he takes off, he gets a deep pit, and I was like, wow, this is going to be on fire, this heat. And then Jared just throws down wave after wave, and Mark came back, and even Eric was he was getting some sick ones out there.
Definitely.
I was blown away by that heat. I mean, to be round 2, heat 2, and round 1, heat 2, and you're already seeing all these moves getting thrown down. This is what it's all about. This is why we come back to Arica every year and ride this wave.
Exactly right. In the first heat of that round, we saw Emery Laverne and Socrates Santana throwing it down, and then we went into that classic heat. Probably going to be one for the ages that is spoken about, not only for the rest of this event, but kind of, I could see that being one of those iconic heats that people remember. And so straight into the action once we got into the men's main event. Of course, our trials riders really putting solid performances down, and we had our top, actually I think it even came down to 9 qualifiers. I think 9 trialists actually advanced into the main event. A slot opened up, so they took the highest total score of 3rd place. So I think Cristobal ended up making it into the main event from what I heard over the loudspeaker. So great to have the trials run, and now we have the main event underway. Are you excited about the other divisions we have here?
I'm pretty excited to see both the ladies and the pro juniors. I mean, this is the first time I think we're having the pro juniors here, and I mean, those guys really put on a show in Brazil. So coming here, it's a slightly different wave, and I mean, it might be these guys' first time riding this wave, and I don't think they're going to hesitate to throw down here. I mean, we saw them throwing down pretty big moves in Brazil, so we're going to see them throw down some pretty crazy stuff here too.
We've already had a few juniors in the men's division, and they've been showing their stuff. The runner-up at the Itacoatiara Pro, Christian Tapio, is in the trials. Wasn't able to progress into the main event, but Socrates Santana in the main event. We saw him in the first heat doing really well. So we've already had like a little glimpse of the juniors, but not in the juniors division. So we have some juniors competing in both divisions, which is just awesome.
Yeah, I mean, Socrates even talked about Maza on the first heat, and I mean, it's so sick to see that these kids are now moving on and moving up, and he's now riding at a level where he's even challenging Maz, who's, a multiple world champion.
Yeah, super awesome. So, as this heat starts to wind down, we're getting close to the 5-minute mark, and Tristan Roberts has pretty much been dominating this heat. Kevin still could strike if he gets a 7:01, and he has a 7:25 in his scorecard, so it's within his grasp. But with the heat kind of slowing down, we're waiting for, the next exchange, which could shake things up. It's Tanner McDaniels, who, McDaniel only needs a 8.75, which is within his grasp too. So he's within striking distance. Tristan's not safe, but he's established a firm grip on his leadership.
Yeah, I mean, Tanner, we know from the past we've seen him throw down his 9s, and I think he even got close to the 10 one year. But I mean, he can very easily go and get this 8.75, and who's to say Tristan won't even better his score, or Kevin will come up too. So I mean, this heat's still very open. We still got about 5 minutes on the clock. So.
And while we're waiting for action, let's throw it down to an interview. Begonia's with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you very much, guys. Nacho, I have to say that heat was amazing. You were competing against Alan Munoz and Chovy, who has been doing a great job. Alan Munoz is one of your teachers forever, and since you started. And what can you tell us about the heat? You have 2 amazing waves, one great barrel, and then a barrel with a roll on when you were coming out. What can you say about that?
Bueno, el hit estuvo alucinante, logré completar 2 olas súper buenas para izquierda, un tubo y un tubo rolo, como acabas de decirlo. Nada, súper contento de poder ganarle a uno de mis grandes ídolos, Alan Muñoz, mi father prácticamente, así que nada, súper contento y vamos con todo, ¿no?
Oh, he's saying yes. He actually got those 2 waves, and yes, he's very happy to beat one of his idols, which is actually like his father, which is Alan Munoz. We know, and I will dare to say, you are the youngest competitor in the Open Men, and I'd like to know what does that feel to be among the big guys out there in this such a dangerous wave.
Nada, súper feliz y en esta ola tan peligrosa y prestigiosa como el gringo, yo creo que la etapa más poderosa del APB, así que nada, súper contento. Un saludo a toda mi familia, a mi gente del Estado que me apoya y nada, gracias a mis auspiciadores, Arica Chilean, Erizo, Bodyboarding. Yes.
Well, congratulations. He's just very, very happy to be here in one of the most dangerous waves and one of the most important events of the tour. Congratulations, Nacho, and we really hope to see you back here. I have no more words. Congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Begonia, for an interview with Nacho Nelson Flores. Definitely a talented youngster. And has he graduated from Pro Junior Division?
I'm not sure, Dave.
Because he was in there last year for sure. We saw an incredible performance from him, not only in the Pro Junior Division at the Encanto, but in the men's division as well, taking on Jared Houston and Jeff Hubbard in a 3-man heat. Jared went on to win the world title, but still that heat was put a little bit of extra stress, maybe put a few gray hairs on Jerry's head.
I definitely think it put some gray hairs on every South African's head. I mean, as we see this ride, looks like Tristan Roberts just trying to weave through the barrel and comes out with a flip, just unfortunately getting caught up there. That's that same section we were talking about before that kind of gets a little bit of chop on it.
So do you think because the water is not totally flat, there was a little more opportunity for him to catch an edge?
Oh, for sure, yeah. That's. I mean, we have it all the time. I mean, you just catch that little edge or catch the tail. I think we saw Tristan maybe just doing that a little bit, maybe putting too much pressure on the tail and just getting that section just caught up and unfortunately not coming around and making that move. But still a cool little barrel, so I think they'll put that forward and we'll just see what he gets for that.
Exactly. So Tristan Roberts really taking a firm grip of this heat. Tanner McDaniel with a few average scores, but he's sitting in 3rd place. Also Kevin not in that skip around advancing position. He's sitting in 2nd place right now. Just about a minute or so left, and we're hearing some scores coming in for Tanner. He's got a pair of mid-5s, but we see some waves coming in, so things could still shake up. We're not counting anyone out until the last moment. Does look like it's our rider going for this one with a spin to start and then a flip at the end. Tanner McDaniel striking back. That's going to reduce the necessary score to move into 1st, but I don't think that wave itself will be the 9 points that he needs.
No, I don't think so. It was kind of a smaller wave, and I mean, the judges are looking for one complete wave, maybe a ride from the barrel and then big move at the end, as we saw the guys in the 1st and 2nd heat doing. So, I mean, he's going to look for quite a lot to get that 9, but yeah, we're just counting down this heat now. We've got 10 seconds to go, so this is probably going to be one of the last waves to come through.
Tanner up and riding on a left at the very end of this heat. and not totally sure what he did. He may have just gotten out of there pretty quickly. So does look like Tristan Roberts is moving on into round number 3, and you will see Tanner McDaniel and Kevin Orihuela once again. So thanks, Ian, for your time here in the booth. We're going to throw it to some commercials, and we'll be back right after this.
Comms are now on. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and we are bringing you the live feed from the Arica Chilean Challenge here off of the island, the Scorpion Island. Dub, we got some serious action going down, and we're just keep rolling through the main event, round number 1.
Next heat is going to be Jeff Hubbard, current Open Live leaderboard leader, moving on against Garth McGregor and Danton Correa. This looks like an awesome matchup. So let's get out in the water and see what's really going on.
All right, so the matchup is set. Jeff Hubbard, Garth McGregor. Garth McGregor, I haven't seen him. Let's get into the action.
So we did have a radical heat in that last one, Manny. The Young Guns really did put on a show, and we're stoked that Tanner was okay after he had a little contact with the reef.
Yeah, I went to hang out with the lifeguards. Oh, we're on live action. Big invert on that left right there. So we're going to show that in just a second. I mean, you saw it live and we saw it on our screen, but the screen just disappeared for a second right there by paddling back out. That is our rider in blue, Danton Correa. So Danton in blue, Garth McGregor in yellow, and Jeff Hubbard in red. I'm kind of bummed out I haven't seen Garth McGregor yet. Do you know where he's staying?
Las Palmas.
Las Palmas. Okay, that's in downtown?
It's in downtown. There we have our riders with their origins, where they're representing, as well as their colors. So keep your eyes peeled. Danton Correa from Chile in the dark colored jersey. Garth McGregor in yellow, Jeff Hubbard in red. And it is Garth McGregor representing Australia, and Jeff Hubbard, of course, representing Hawaii.
Looks like all systems are solid right now. Look at the wind just coming in right on schedule. Actually, anywhere between 11 and 1 o'clock, that wind comes in, and it puts a little bit of texture on the water. But what does it do to the wave?
Well, the takeoff sometimes here at Flopos is a little challenging to get a barrel right off the takeoff. Sometimes it just kind of clamps just a little bit. So when there's a little bit of extra wind texture, it definitely makes it harder to pull in right off the takeoff. And sometimes it'll disrupt some of the ramps, some of the opportunities for launching up a big lip maneuver. So it makes it more challenging, and of course we're going to mention it, it makes it more dangerous too.
Ah, yes, we saw Tanner McDaniel hit his head a little bit, but the lifeguards actually rode over to him, talked to him, and he gave him the thumbs up, so he is okay. We'll talk to Tanner later on today and give you a full update, but Tanner is okay. But that's the thing about this wave. It is dangerous.
It is dangerous. Kind of just comes with the territory. One of the best waves on the APB World Tour, as well as one of the most dangerous waves we have on the APB World Tour as well.
All right, staff photographer coming in here taking some photos of the live commentary from behind the scenes. Oh, wow, okay. Well, she's yelling over to us what she's got going on, but Revista Minorte.cl, that's where you're going to get some of the goods on what's going down from behind the scenes here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, live from Isla Alecran in Arica.
Taking great care to be aware of the mujeres that are going to be coming up possibly as soon as tomorrow. We'll wait for the official call. Pro Juniors and women's yet to run, Manny, but we're in round one of the men's main event. So we're not going to get through the whole round today, but we potentially could finish the men's round one and start getting into round ones of Pro Juniors and women's too. But let's take a look out the back. We got a set coming in. No takers, though. We are excited to see the possibilities once these guys start attacking the ocean, because Danton Correa, super talented. He's ridden this place tons of times. I believe he is hailing from Iquique, and he'll rap in his spare time, Manny. He will rap, okay? And Garth McGregor, just a solid rider from Australia. Jeff Hubbard, obviously, tears it up. He's got a 7 on his scorecard to open it up. Danton Correa with a 7.75.
So scores are dropping, solid scores. I mean, you're going to see solid scores from the top riders all the way through rounds. From this point on, I mean, this is it. This is where you're going to get the most explosive moves, some of the deepest barrels on the tour. Of course, all the other spots are incredible as well, but this goes into the most consistent list as far as the APB World Tour venues are concerned.
Super consistent, and over the 10-day waiting period, I would be shocked if we weren't running every single day of how consistent it is and how many heats we have to run with the 3 divisions. And we're likely to be able to put a beautiful production together. Hopefully you feel the same every day. So keep tuning in, and we are going to be bringing you the live action here from the Arica Chilean Challenge, brought to you by the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica Tomate Surf Shop, presented by Erizos and Universidad de Tarapacá, Aguacielo 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FM OK, and Hertz, also a huge part of putting this event together.
All right, is this, yes, we got a rider going on the right. Nice clean bottom turn, Danton Correa. Clean move, clean spin, comes into the inside, and looking for another maneuver, but the wave just peters out on him, and he kicks out. So Danton's second wave ridden right there.
Here's a question for you, Manny.
Yes?
Do you think Peter is bummed that we say the wave petered out?
Well, it depends. Why don't we have a chat with Peter once we see him downstairs?
Well, all right, Peter, getting terminology named after him for when a wave pretty much stops to break. So we will likely even see heat number 9 happen today. We'll see, because we've got at least 20 minutes left in heat number 8. It just began, but we've got high scores on the board, and Danton Correa backing up his account. He's sitting in first position on the strength of a 7.75 and a couple other points that he got from that cut back to spin to dilly-dally. Now we've got some more waves coming in, so let's see what takes place. We know Garth McGregor, he is a 2-pound. Let's see Jeff Hubbard on this one, tucks under.
There's no way.
A long barrel, and he is caught behind it. He was behind a little lump in the wave. You could see there's almost like a wedge, and he was behind it, so very difficult there for him to exit. He did travel quite a bit, and we're not sure where he is. There he is. He's just paddling on screen, trying to get to the edge of that little shelf. And just such a gnarly section. You saw that he just kind of rolled off his board, trying to slide off that shelf. So just a sneak peek of what could happen next if we go into it, but if you were unable to read that graphic in the half a second it was on screen, we will be able to tell you exactly what's happening when it happens. But right now we're in this heat. This heat is number 8 of round number 1. We've got Jeff Hubbard, Garth McGregor, Danton Correa, and we've got waves out the back, and we have almost a little uprising happening outside.
What's going on back here?
Los Flopianos are just so stoked.
Wow.
That one of their own in yellow.
He's preparing for the next heat. I think it's Diego Sepulveda, PLC, and Ricardo Januario. If we get the call to run that heat, that is what's going to happen within the next 15 minutes. We got 15 minutes left in this heat. So, wow, that is the kind of support you're going to get here in Chile.
Tons of support. You know, most of the riders do get support. The locals are friendly, even though they're a bit territorial and they're tough. They're happy to support those who support them. So if you're, you know, following the international rules of respect and pay respect to the locals here, go ahead and shake their hand, say hello, introduce yourself when you first get here, and kind of maintain that relationship. They're gonna back you up, you know. And if you ignore them, you know, some riders just kind of shy away from them. They're intimidated, so, you know, I don't necessarily blame the guys that do, but then they're not going to get much love from the lokes.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's very genuine and very hospitable here in Chile. And how do you deal with this? I was sitting on the beach watching that last heat, but Jeff Hubbard and I think it was a couple other riders going down to their heat and getting mobbed for autographs. And how do you just do you say, hey, I can sign it afterwards, or do you go ahead and sign away?
That's pretty much the go. It's that's usually the best route if you've got plenty of time. But let's take a look at Jeff Hubbard now, up and riding on this right-hander. Tons of speed, gets around for a beautiful ARS.
Oh my goodness!
Completes it clean. So that was cool for Jeff. Likely to move into the lead of the heat with this last ride, and leaving Danton Correa likely to be now in second position. For a second, we almost had a 4-man heat on screen. They just showed that Steve Action Jackson had 4 10s. he had a 10 in every colored jersey. So Steve Action Jackson, definitely somebody who can wear lots of hats and perform very well. I'm not sure if he would be able to wear 4 different jerseys, compete in the heat, and get 10s with each jersey on. So apologize for that graphic that just slipped on screen, but Action Jackson, we're thinking of you. He was the commentator that helped us out in Brazil, bringing you such a clean call with tons of factual information, plenty of stats, even feeding us some stats for the Arica Chilean Challenge. So thanks, Action, for staying involved and being a part of bodyboarding globally.
Yeah, I mean, Steve Action Jackson is a walking bodyboarding encyclopedia. You ask him any question, what color jersey was Mike Stewart wearing in his last world title at Pipe or any event, he will tell you not only that, but he'll also tell you how many hairs he had on his head as well. Check this out. We have the interview ready downstairs with Begonia and the winner of the last heat, Tristan Roberts. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Tristan, your heat was so stunning. You surfed so good. 2 backflips on the ride. Amazing wave, amazing scores. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, the heat was pretty young with 2 young riders and good friends of mine, and we kind of just went out there to try and entertain the crowd, but there wasn't that many waves in the heat, and I was lucky enough to get the 2 that I needed, so I'm happy.
Congratulations, then. And we're here with his proud mom. She's Sharon. She came all the way from South Africa. Sharon, what can you tell us about being here with your son? It's a gift, right?
Absolutely. It's been phenomenal. I love Chile. I really do.
So, well, Tristan, and how do you feel to have your mom next to you?
Yeah, it's real nice to have someone looking after me and cooking good food for me, and with the crazy support, I'm loving it. And just want to thank all my sponsors. I really enjoy their support and all the kind messages, and everyone back home. Much love to you guys.
So congratulations, and we hope to see you back here. Back to you guys.
How was that? Mom on screen. That's like full memories right there. If you can travel the world and have your mom right next to you during some of the most exciting times of your life, gold.
Sharon Roberts sharing that moment with her son, Tristan. Moving on into round number 3.
Nice.
He's been a solid performer. He really has shown it over the years. Amazing performances at Sintra over the last several years. One of the event stops that he's, started to expose himself to the world scene. But in Itacoatiara, the last event, really, really strong performance from Tristan Roberts, and now again here. So let's look at Danton Correa. He's up and riding, looking for a nice big lip, and I'm wondering if that'll be a lyric for another rap later on. But it's Jeff Hubbard looking out the back on this one.
Hold
Ton
your
of
breath.
speed.
Hold your breath. Oh, Hubbard goes skyward. Gets as much air as anybody can get in those conditions and bails out right on the dry reef on the inside. Again, conditions are definitely changing here with that wind that is coming up. Putting a lot of texture, putting some bump on the wave, and the competitors now have to contend with a little bit more choppiness on the face of the waves, but Jeff Hubbard doing an incredible job of maintaining there. Garth McGregor.
Garth McGregor, he's a patient fella. He'll wait for the best wave of the day.
Yes.
And that's what I feel his strategy is here. Non-elimination, nothing to lose, no need to grovel around the inside. Just sit out there, wait for the bomb. He came here to ride big pits. He came here to blow minds, which he's already been doing on land. One of the larger human specimens to appear in the city of Arica for quite some time.
Oh my God.
Attracting quite a bit of attention. Also has a spectacularly gorgeous beard on his map.
Yes.
So he is definitely someone to stare at. He said first night he got here, went for a little walk to check the place out. Just kind of walked into one of the pubs, have a beverage of his choosing, and everybody in the place was staring at him.
Well,
and not in a bad way, just kind of checking him out, like,
in
whoa,
awe.
check this specimen out. And they were no words needed to be exchanged. He was just doing his thing. Here we have the setup here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Such a colorful and bright community of spectators making their way up into what typically is reserved for the riders and staff, but a wonderful area to enjoy. Jeff Hubbard now leading this heat with 15.25 points cumulative. He's got some nice scores on board. He's got a 7 and an 8.25. Still waiting for scores of his invert.
The cool thing about this heat in round 1, actually, in the men's division, is we're going to get to see these riders once again. So Garth McGregor, at least once again. So if Garth doesn't pull off a first place or second place here, we're still going to see him again in either round 2 or 3 if he is able to take that first place spot from Jeff Hubbard or Danton Correa. So that's the cool part about round number 1 in the men's division.
That is a great part about round number 1, especially if the seating so works out that you have 3 incredible riders in one heat. With the new reseeding that we're going to be using for rounds 2, I believe, and 3, potentially all 3 of these riders could move into round number 4. I mean, if they're not situated where they have to go on to a man-on-man, one-on-one battle with each other, they could, all 3 of those guys could reveal their talent over and over again, and we might see 1, 2, or each of these guys 2, 3, 4 more times each, potentially. Maybe even we'll see 1 guy or 2 guys go all the way to the final and make a run for the huge trophy that awaits the champion of the 2016 Arica Chilean Challenge.
What do you think would happen in Garth McGregor's hometown if he were to come here and take home that first place trophy?
I love that question, Manny, because it invokes such spectacular emotion, and it would be
oh my goodness,
a city holiday. I'm sure on his return he would get the key to the city, there would be a parade thrown in his
Yes,
honor
yes,
if there
yes.
hasn't been one already. And they would probably name a day after him. The day that he won would probably be then known as Garth McGregor Day. And who knows, maybe they'd name a library after him. There's just so many opportunities for celebration if that were to take place. Definitely something we look forward to the potential of as we continue through the rounds of this event. We will see who is notching their way closer and closer to the potential of becoming the Arica Chilean champion.
All right, Jeff Hubbard coming around that section. Tons of speed, a big invert. Oh, my goodness, a rare incident right there from Jeff Hubbard not pulling off the maneuver. Oh, my goodness. There's a little bit of chop on the water right now. I wonder if that had a little bit to do with his landing technique. Well, he got a ton of air, actually got projected in front of the wave, and that was incredible. But the landing, oh, my God, that's not typical of Jeff Hubbard or at all. What happened?
It looked upon contact that his board went under the water. It looks like he purled upon contact, so whether he was leaning too far forward, whether there was a chop, like you mentioned, the likely culprit there in that case. But, yeah, kind of uncanny, uncharacteristic of Jeff to not land one of his signature maneuvers, the beautiful invert.
All right, so Australians, if you are tuned in, Australians, I'm talking to you. We're putting it on Facebook. I want to know what you think. If Garth McGregor were to win this entire event, what would happen in Australia? Give me your thoughts right now on the APB Tour Facebook page, and let us know, and we'll read a couple of comments if they're
appropriate.
Yes, so there you have it. Australians, take a look at the APB Tour Facebook page. Give us your input.
We've got about 4 minutes remaining, Manny, and then we're going to go into the last heat of the day. Heat number 9 will be the final heat today. But first we got to finish up this heat. It's Jeff Hubbard dominating the scenarios. It is Garth McGregor yet to have a ride. And so with a few minutes remaining, we're all hoping to see Garth give it a nudge. Here's Danton Correa. He's looking to improve on his situation. He's got one of the higher scores of the day, but he takes a lot of speed up to the invert there. He's able to pull it off. That's going to be a way for him to climb his way back at Jeff Hubbard's lead, which is taking the place right now of the first position. Let's check a replay here on Jeff.
All right, Jeff coming around that section with a ton of speed, and right there, a perfect projection. And right there, it looked like his landing was good, but man, you're right. He pulled that nose, and the board went under, and he wasn't able to pull that off. So Jeff Hubbard on a spectacular maneuver, but was not able to pull it off.
And again, purling, when we say that, that means the nose of the board goes under the water surface. So there, again, a nice shot of two of the helpers that we have here helping out those fine long-haired females. And so thank you to the helpers on screen making this event a reality. So, yeah, we're just getting final updates of the situation before this heat winds down. Jeff Hubbard's been dominating, Manny.
Garth McGregor. We have yet to see him come alive here, and you're right. I think he's just waiting for the big bombs. Jeff Hubbard and Danton are just running circles around him right now in this heat. So very interesting on Garth McGregor's strategy here, waiting for the big ones with priority, just waiting now with 2 minutes remaining.
Time's winding down at this point. It does look like it's unlikely for Garth to find that first position. He'll need 2 solid scores to overtake the lead by Jeff Hubbard's 15.25 cumulative. And as time winds down, we at least hope for Garth to show us one amazing ride. We know he's so talented. He's been able to perform well at even Shark Island just maybe about a month ago. Caught some waves in between the round 2 and the finals and was just blowing minds. Definitely one of Australia's favorite sons at the moment.
I'm trying to find him on the screen right now. Pretty sure he's checked in for his heat, but I don't see him out there. We're gonna have to double check with our beach marshal to make sure he checked in and see if he's okay. But to not have a wave on his scorecard for the entire heat, you know what? Maybe he didn't show up. Maybe he said, you know what? I'm gonna wait for the next heat in round number 2 and wait for the better conditions.
Non-elimination heat, maybe just wrote it off. So again, we'll try to figure out exactly what is the cause of the lack of rides ridden for Garth, whether it is a lack of presence in the water even, which is a potential. But we do have just a few more moments in this heat. It has been a battle between Danton Correa and Jeff Hubbard, and it has been a tight battle at that.
Is that Garth on the boat with the yellow jersey?
So Garth potentially helping out the fishermen out at sea. He does look like a Viking, so he quite possibly could have taken over the helm of that vessel.
All right, we're gonna give you an update. We'll put the update on the Facebook APB Tour page to just give you an update on Garth McGregor. So yeah, you know what? Don't go anywhere. We're gonna come back with possibly the last heat of the day, heat number 9. PLC, Diego Sepulveda, and Ricardo Januario. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, bringing you the last heat of the day today. It is heat number 9 in round number 1 of the men's division. So, where's Garth McGregor?
That's a great question. And again, we'll try to find out the answer, but we do know that PLC is here. He was here in the booth, physically present, giving you a great call, but now he's out there in the water. So we'll see him battle it out with Diego Sepulveda, the Flapiano, or at least the honorary Flapiano. He has all the support from them, and the Brazilian Ricardo Januario.
Let's get into the action. This is heat number 9 of round number 1. Little texture on the water, we've talked about that, but the competitors still are able to find those lip sections for those big maneuvers. We saw Jeff Hubbard and Dante do so in that last heat. Up and riding, it looks like on the first wave, red down the beach on the right.
PLC cutting out of that one.
So again, out in the water right now for the last heat of the day. PLC in red, Diego Sepulveda in yellow, and Ricardo Januario from Brazil is in the blue jersey. There you have it. So French, Chilean, and Brazilian out in the water. This is a non-elimination round, which means the winner of this heat will advance on and bypass round number 2 and go straight into round number 3. Second and third place will go into round number 2, where it is an elimination heat. Again, welcome to the Arica Chilean Challenge here at Flopos on the island, the Scorpion Island. This event is brought to you by Ilustre, Municipalidad of Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, presented by Erizos, and we got action.
PLC looking at this right, taking a gamble, riding it down. Another cutout, so he'll be leading the heat on the strength of a pair of 1s. And he'll be looking to ditch that by the end of this heat. He's up against Diego. I'm sure he's got a nickname. We could try to find that out. And Ricardo Januario, solid trialist, making it all the way through.
So making it to the main event as a trialist is a competition in itself. I mean, you're competing with some of the best unseeded riders, and you got to battle it out in the trials to get here. So props to all the trialists that are now in this main event round.
Big props, solid effort from them. We saw the finish of the trials happen this morning. 9 riders advancing on into this main event, round 1. We're into heat number 9. And as the conditions are starting to get just a little bit of texture on them, we are going to be moving on into, tomorrow we'll be possibly finishing this round, but we are finishing this competition with this heat, last heat of the day.
Yeah, as you can see, we're able to pull off a 7 to 1 o'clock session of the live broadcast, and that's when up and riding. Here we go. Ricardo, the Brazilian, in the blue jersey, coming around that section. Nice trim speed around. Oh, already off the bat, he's a little frustrated. Can that play with you? Is that a mental game that you play with out in the water if you were to not get the wave that you wanted for right off the bat?
It can play into your headspace if you allow it to, but, just think, okay, got that out of the way, now build on it. And also, okay, I know what that wave looked like, and it wasn't good, so I don't need to take any more that look like that. And sometimes it is good to get your feet wet and get on the board, even to get into the sequence of priority sometimes. Here we got PLC. He's looking up for a nice section, comes way around this, still hopeful, ends up cutting out. So world number 3 on the Open Live leaderboard, PLC.
All right, now again, we're gonna shoot over to the Facebook page, APB Tour. This is the last heat of the day. Give us one last shout out chance. So just tell us where you're tuning in from right now. It is posted on our Facebook page, APB Tour. And again, you riding players, you riding the Journey bodyboard players, we do have the Arica Chilean Challenge event ready to rock, but it's not uploaded yet. Give us a few days to get that posted, and once that is posted, you'll hear it right here on the live broadcast. Now, out in the water, we have about 20 minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat.
Here he is, Diego Sepulveda gets a roll. We hear claps from the supporters on the beach for the local Chilean. And we have the priority sequence in effect. 18 minutes remaining in the heat. In the water, we are likely to see still some solid scores. As you know, in the last heat, man, even though the texture kind of came up, we still saw one of the best battles between first and second that we've had all day. Denton Correa giving Jeff a run for his money, both putting up upwards of 15-point cumulative. Here it is, Ricardo Januario really going down the line and ends up cutting out, even makes a gesture with his hands.
He's a little bummed out. He's a little frustrated. The waves aren't shaping up, and I can tell he would rather ride glassy flopos, of course, everybody would. But this is still a competition. He's got to keep his head cool, got to concentrate and stay focused, as this can save him some energy if he were to win this heat and go straight into round number 3. Taking a look, PLC.
He's driving, finds his way up to the lip. Nice clean roll. Very difficult landing and a very dangerous section that he's able to escape from. Makes it into the keyhole there. So, you know, some other waves, you know, a nice simple roll, easy landing, but there you could see that it was critical. A huge bounce took place. And even though it was a roll, I would expect a pretty solid score to come down, but we do have Begonia with my brother, winner of the last heat. Take it away, Begonia. Begonia getting so distracted by the selfie, blows the opportunity to commence the interview, but we'll get her back. We'll get her back. Maybe we'll give her about 2 more seconds, and then we'll cue her. What do you think, Manny?
All right, are you ready, Begonia? Let's do this. Begonia, take it away.
Thank you, guys. I'm so stoked, so happy to have the one and only Jeff over here, man. You serve so good. Beautiful rides, amazing maneuvers. What can you tell us about the heat?
Yeah, well, the first thing I was surfing against Danton Correa, and he's like, to me, one of the best locals in this wave. You know, he might be from Iquique, but he surfs really good in hollow, big waves, and this is like his specialty. So I knew, I was like, oh, we're gonna have a battle. It was man on man because Garth didn't show up. I hope, Garth, you're feeling better, get better. But me and Danton were just going blow for blow. I had like a 7, and then he had like a 7.5, and then I had like a 8.25, and then he had like a 7.5. Like, we're just going back and forth, and like, it was cool, man. It was a good heat to surf against him, and yeah, I was stoked to come out ahead.
So, what are your expectations for the rest of the competition?
Oh man, the level is just so high. The guys are surfing so good, so instead of just be laser focused and just have fun and just kind of go out there and just go for broke, because you have nothing to lose because guys are ripping, so you can't surf conservative. You just have to go for anything you can. Just go for the biggest moves. I tried this big air on this left, and like a huge air, and just landed, and then like board just like folded. I was in the transition, like got smoked. I was lucky I didn't hit the reef. I was just like touched it, but I was happy. But yeah, just want to say thanks and aloha to all my friends back home and family, wife. Love you guys.
Amazing message here. You can go conservative. Well, I have no more words, but to wish you the best of lucks, and I wish I see you back here soon. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Begonia, and there he was, the previous winner of this event, Jeff Hubbard. Here we have PLC hoping to get his first win at the Arica Chilean Challenge.
Oh my
with
goodness!
moves like
oh
that.
my gosh!
Wow!
And he's not done yet. Clocking in a little pocket ride, a little barrel cover up right there from PLC. That's what everybody was waiting for in this heat, is PLC's big maneuver. He is known for the backflip and can pull off ARSs in his sleep, but that right there was incredible.
I'd be pretty surprised if we didn't see a perfect 10 being dropped for that, because that was the biggest move of the day. Clean landing, critical, excellent. Obviously an excellent score there. So PLC making a campaign to push ahead of all the riders. So as we mentioned, last heat we had incredible action, even though the conditions are deteriorating.
Yeah.
But if we have a perfect 10 drop, that'll be the best score of the day in the last heat of the day, where you're just thinking, hey, no one wants to surf it on shore, blah, blah, blah.
Is that what I sound like?
And we're going to see a perfect 10 being dropped for PLC.
Oh my God, calling it right there, David Hubbard. And yes, that wave was incredible. I hope the boys downstairs got a replay of that. We will show a replay of that for sure, but if you don't see it now, you're gonna see it definitely in the highlight reel. That was incredible. And thank you all for tuning in all the way to the last minute here in Arica, splitting the peak out in the water.
We've got Ricardo Januario throwing a cutback. He's going to milk this one for all it's worth to the inside before cutting out. And we have
not much there
PLC.
on the split peak. I believe that was Diego on the left, so we're going to have hopefully get a quick look at what went down for Diego. Everybody was clapping on the beach, so it was probably a solid wave. But yes, big shout out to everybody tuning in. Wesley and Terrence are tuning in from South Africa. David is in the Sunshine Coast. It's 3 a.m. in the morning. Shout out to David for hanging in there. Helder is also tuned in. We got Luke in Sydney. Laura, hey girl. Cornwall, UK. We miss you, girl. She's one of our filmers that we've had, back when I was here 4 years ago.
Hey, girl.
Yeah. We Bodyboard, watching from Gran Canaria. Carlos tuning in from SoCal. And Endless Chico in Portugal. Hi, Mosh. Shout out to all the boys in Portugal.
Hey, Mosh.
So there you have it. Last shout out for the day. And we have seen a 10 finally drop today. And can you believe it? It was in the windiest part of the day.
Final heat of the day, PLC pushing on through into a perfect 10-point ride. You know, in that heat, we keep talking about Jared Houston and Mike Stewart. One judge did drop a 10 for each of their 9-point waves. Average came out to 9 points or 9 points and change, but in this one, every single judge on the panel dropping a 10-point
Oh my
ride.
goodness.
A perfect 10. So we're using a scale from 0 to 10, and 10 being the best score you can achieve. Boom. PLC
Bingo.
gets it. Bingo, bango, busted.
So our statistician, Steve Action Jackson, tuning in from Brazil. Ricardo Januario is known as Ricardo Ramos in Brazil, and he goes by the name of, or nickname of, Choco. And he's local at São Conrado in Rio. So Choco, he is currently in that third place spot, looking for a, well, you know what? I think he needs a whole new set of new scores as Choco winding down. The time is winding down, 11 minutes exactly. Diego Sepulveda in second, and PLC with that 10-point ride is in that first place spot. Woo!
Wow, what a way to bring this heat to finality and ending on such a climax. Here we have the heat leader and the performer up and riding. He's looking for a radical little flip. Lands at the top of the wave, unable to complete it. We don't mind, though. Just do your thing, Pierre. It's awesome.
All right, looks like we got the replay setting up for Diego Sepulveda's last wave. I think this was the left on the split peak. And no, it just shuts down on him. PLC, I believe this is the 10-point ride. Take a look, just a ton of speed, comes around the section, and look at that air forward. Big projection, big height, and lands perfectly with a little sneaker barrel to end it right there. That was incredible.
Sneaker barrel. Let's take another look at Diego. He had another left split peak with Ricardo, and this is what happened. A nice ARS at the end of the wave. There it was. A nice set of replays there. Thank you so much. And we are back live. PLC with an incredible air forward. One of the things that was so exciting was it was a surprising amount of air. There we have a few Chileans, Coach, and one of the female competitors, Anis. And so much air, control perfect. Everything was textbook, very difficult maneuver. But when he came down, it was almost surprising how far he had to drop. He controlled it so well, you could see his legs almost starting to get tangled on the impact. And that was just such an incredible ride. PLC proving that he is in contention not only for the ACC championship, but also the world title. He's won one before. And he's proving that he's one of the best bodyboarders in the world with that 10-point ride.
Yeah, it's just amazing to see what is still possible out here in these conditions, and PLC not holding back at all. Yeah, 10-point ride in these conditions, totally possible. PLC, proof of that.
Proof of that. Absolutely terrific. Thanks for hanging with us throughout this day. We've gotten through the trials into the main event round one, just sneaking into the second half of round one with heat 9, but we still have heats 10 through 16. That will not be taking place today. Come back in the morning for a possible start, and we will see what we'll be running tomorrow. If we're going to finish round one, maybe move into round one of women's or juniors, maybe do it all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in once again. Manny V and David Hubbard, along with Ian Campbell and PLC, coming in to you live from the hot seats here in Chile. What a beautiful area, beautiful landscape. And we're going to bring you more incredible visuals tomorrow. And I think we're going to be going each day, running live from 7 o'clock Arica Chile time. So find out what time that is in your neighborhood. Google it, and then we'll go from there. But yes, we are going to be going live pretty much every day for the next 9 days.
We're doing it. This is a 10-day event here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, and we're likely to be running every day. And we'll always start early as we can in the morning, because we can only run until 2 p.m. because this is what's likely to happen as the afternoon drags on. Just a little bit onshores. The wave's still obviously super contestable. We see a massive point total up there by PLC. Even though just one of those rides is an average score of a 5.75, It's because the other score is a perfect 10.
Oh my goodness. So PLC throwing down the 10 today. And Invert Air Bodyboard tuning in live from Hotel Aqua Luna in Puerto Escondido, Mexico. What? So congratulations to Clive and Adriana for, I think they made another baby. So yeah, 2 babies.
Wow.
Yeah, so congratulations to mom and dad. Clive, a dad. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's the
representing.
best dad out in, he's the best dad. Here's the ladies chatting it up. Joanna Shekar, Paloma, Begonia.
Future competitors in the women's division here at the Arica Chilean Challenge, presented by Erizos as well as the Ilustre Municipalidad of Arica and Tomate Surf Shop, with coordination from sponsors like Universidad de Tarapacá, Aguacielo, 360 Energy Drink, Panamericana Hotel, FMOK, and Hertz.
Hertz has been good to us here in Arica, so a big shout out to everybody at the rental car company, Hertz.
Yeah, Hertz.
Coming down to the wire, 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Now we're going to see a ride from Diego Sepulveda, representing for the locals here. Chile rider dives out of this one. Conditions continue to become a little bit more bumpy as the texture kind of marches on in.
All right, 5 minutes to go in this heat. Again, this is the first round of the men's main event, up and riding.
Januario, he's hoping for something. Here's Choco.
Choco bouncing his way down the face of the wave. He's got a nice trim line. Oh, trying to make a move happen out the back there at the section, but there was nothing there for him to attempt. That was more like a kick out.
Stylish kick out. We're hearing the crowd erupt in excitement from a left-hander that PLC caught. We'll hopefully bring you a replay of that when we get it queued up. So PLC still working. Hopefully he's going to notch his way up into the excellent score range of the cumulative. So let's just wait and see, because if he ditches that 5.75, he might wind up with one of the highest heat totals, if not the highest heat total of the day possible.
Looks like the wind calmed down just a little bit, or I don't know if it was the wave. Jeff Denui. What's he doing? He's showing us right there. I think it says, I love Manny and David. Whoa, thank you. You're the man. Jeff Denui chatting it up with Amory Laverne and the boys, watching this last heat right there, up and riding.
PLC on a right-hander coming in from the left, and wow, we can even know what he's doing.
Oh my goodness. It's all right. We got coffee lining up for these guys coming into the next few days, or actually next 9 days of the event.
9-point ride, Manny.
Oh my goodness.
The wave of PLC will likely get a replay of it. 19-point cumulative.
Holy
We will
mackerel.
see if anyone else touches this the entire event. We're just on the very first day. So this is the round 1, and we're seeing some of the best action imaginable. Here's Choco on this right-hander. He's screaming down the line. See if he can do a big old invert. Cool. He's probably still in combination. Everyone is, and will be until the end of this heat, because they're going to need a 9.01 to get out of combo, I think.
Oh my goodness. PLC just steamrolling through this heat. Even though the conditions did deteriorate a little bit, he does not care. He is still pulling off these giant scores, a 10 and a 9.0. Woo! Oh my goodness. Here we go. Here's a look at what went down PLC.
Driving off the bottom, tons of speed again as he gets up there and
oh my
punches
goodness.
a beautiful air reverse and dives out quickly. What a smart and tactical and difficult scoring opportunity that he maximized. 9-point ride. We'll give it to him. He was here in the booth in the hot seat. Maybe that was heating him up, but out in the water, he is on fire.
You know what? I think the thought of winning here and moving on and progressing through the year and actually taking home a world title, because it's happened in the last 3 years, got into the back of his mind, and here he is going full steam in his first heat of the event. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely
19.0.
incredible.
Definitely the highest score of the day and the event.
Absolutely incredible.
Oh, my goodness. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming down to the last minute and 30 seconds remaining in this heat. PLC 19.0, the highest score of the event so far. 10-point score for a giant air forward on a right, and turns around and just does a perfectly executed reverse spin, and here he is taking another look. PLC, what's he gonna do? Keep your eyes on the water.
He's got plenty of speed, and he's flying into the inside section. Beautiful double hand floater as he continues towards the channel. Doesn't really need to push it any further. Now he's just going to find a way to try to ride a wave into the keyhole. I'm not sure, Manny. I'm sure Steve will tell us, but 19-point total. This could be the highest heat total of the 2016 APB World Tour season. We're going to try to confirm that for you, but a 10 and a 9-point ride, absolutely incredible. PLC showing us why bodyboarding is so amazing and why it's so just perfect opportunity to watch it is here at Flopos in Arica, northern Chile. Puts on the opportunity for these massive waves. Diego Sepulveda with this last-ditch effort. There's no way he's going to get into first position with this one, but he's going to give it his guts anyways. Solid backflip, arousing the crowd. That's awesome. Great performance from Diego and Ricardo, respectively, but it was PLC with the performance of the day, of the event. We'll see if it can be topped, and we'll see if it can be topped by him included, and that will be all possible throughout the next days of competition. We'll have to wait and see. We'll be tuning in tomorrow morning, hoping for some conditions to continue round one, but that was our last heat of the day.
All right, so take a look at the last set of commercials, and we'll be back right after this. All right, so another day of full action going down here in Arica for the Arica Chilean Challenge. And yes, it was action-packed, a 19-point score going down today.
That was amazing. Wonderful performance by Jared Houston and PLC. Right now showing us that they're kind of the ones contending for the top spot here at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Tremendous effort by the rest of our competitors. We had 9 riders moving on into round 3. And we had 18 guys moving on into round 2. We're going to finish off round 1 another day.
Yes, so again, the Arica Chilean Challenge brought to you by Ilustre Municipalidad de Arica, Tomate Surf Shop, and presented by Erizos. David, tomorrow, this place is consistent. We're going to jump right into men's round 1, finish off those rounds, those heats, I believe. We're going to keep you updated on the APB Tour Facebook page, so keep your eyes on there. But we have a ton of action. We still have yet to see the women's and the pro juniors, and that's going to be pretty exciting to watch. I think we're done.
We'll have to wait and see what tomorrow brings us. Please tune in tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining us.
All right, 7 a.m. Arica time. Find out what time it is at your place, and we'll see you then. We're out of here. Manny V for David Hubbard and everybody at the APB Tour and the Arica Chilean Challenge. Peace. Boom!